These 1899Ps that you're looking at, again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899Ps. Call in now, folks. MS62 and MS63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now if you put half down today, $1,747.50. We will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin, half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899P Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62 is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European bank where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s. This is amazing quality for an 1899P. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899P. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899Ps for you in MS63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is in 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899P Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904P, the 1900P. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899P. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899P Liberty Double Eagles. MS62s, again, half down today for an MS62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS62 and MS63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS62. Take a look at these, MS62 and an MS63. For comparison, I also have an MS60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS70 or MS69 or even MS68. MS60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty double eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around. And you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you sent this to a grading service, they'd call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty double eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS60, you can see the difference. This is a mid-state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mid-state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6, 7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25, 30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. you were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, you know, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is
TV.com and sign up now.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Back to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm going to be your host right now for a really great presentation. We all love silver dollars. It's the silver dollar in many of its renditions, dating all the way back to the very first silver dollars, the flowing hair and the bust, and all these great coins that came out of the United States of America, which led to the Morgan dollar, one of the most popular coins in all the world. But since 1986, the U.S. has struck a silver dollar. It's the biggest one of all. It is bigger than a Morgan, bigger than a peace dollar. It has 1 full ounce of silver and a bigger diameter. And it has the design that is known, next to the gold St. Gaudens, this design is known as one of the most beautiful Renaissance designs ever issued. In fact, it dates back to 1916 because the obverse was originally designed by Adolph A. Wyman for the Walking Liberty half dollar, which was first struck by the U.S. in 1916 and last struck in 1947. And in 1986, because of the Liberty Coin Act, a bill that was signed into law by President Reagan in 1985, authorizing the United States of America to begin striking a brand new silver dollar, known as the American Eagle. It was a captivating coin right from the get-go because you had never seen an allegorical, a representation of liberty like this before, even though generations before it had appeared on the Walking Liberty half dollar. These are the highest grade attainable. They are proof 70 ultra cameos, each and every one. And if you're not a coin collector, that designation is the highest designation, the highest grade that a coin can achieve. There is no higher grade. The grade of proof 70 is indicative of a flawless, perfect condition coin, and the designation UCAM, UCAM, refers to the black and white contrast, the cameo appearance of the design of the coin and the mirrored background. That is a collector's coin personified. These are struck for the collector, ordered directly from the mint by us collectors, and are struck in a completely different way than regular issues. Only the finest dies are selected for the coining press to produce the coins. And then the finest plangets, the blanks, are used. Only the finest with an ultra mirror. And the strike, well, a minimum of 2 blows from the coining press at ultra extreme high pressure gives this coin a look that you can only get in a proof silver dollar. And I want you to take a look before we get into anything. The value of this coin with the grade, the highest grade, with something really special. And I'll give you a little hint. The label is exclusive to this network, and it is a big deal. Let's take a look at a coin that dates from 1986, same year, from the San Francisco Mint, same coin, in a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, exactly the same grade we're going to be featuring for this very first year of the most popular silver dollar in the world. That coin brought almost $3,000. This is the very first year the coin was issued, 1986, at the San Francisco Mint. The coin program got off to a rousing start. The highest mintage is the 1986. Over 1.4 million coins. But here's the thing. The rate by which they certify in a perfect Proof 70 grade is low. When you compare it to all the other years, it's either right there with some of the rarest or even lower. The amount of these that have been certified by NGC is low. With our exclusive label, really low. And I want to tell you what it's all about. But before I do, I want you to know that at $2,990 for one of these coins at auction are selling for that kind of money. At Rare Collectibles, what we have found here for $795, even better than that coin, because it features our exclusive label. And what is that label all about? Well, for one thing, it has the artwork that was taken from a sculpture that was created by John Mercanti during his time at the U.S. Mint. And John Mercanti first joined the U.S. Mint in 1974 as an assistant engraver, engraving dies and doing modeling. And you see right there that artwork. It kind of reminds you of an Andy Warhol piece of artwork. And that's on purpose. And there is the sculpture right there. That was sculpted by John Mercanti during the time of Ronald Reagan's presidency. And it was John Mercanti who was in the Rose Garden when Ronald Reagan signed the bill into law that began the great journey of this silver dollar. It's also hand-signed by John Mercanti. But one of the best things of all is that NGC has agreed that Rare Collectibles TV will be the only company that is authorized to use that labeling. And here's why it is so important. The 1986 Silver Eagle dollar has the highest mintage of any year. It's the first year, therefore a key date. In spite of the fact that it has the highest mintage, it was literally a decade before anybody even thought of certifying these coins. And as a result, take a look at the very small amount that certified out of the 1.4 million coins struck by NGC in a Proof 70, 4,858 coins. Now I'm going to say again, $795, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ultimate silver dollar. NGC has graded a mere 1,190 coins with John Mercanti's signature in a Proof 70. And as you can see, the very small percentage, not even 1% of these coins grade a Proof 70 with John's signature. But there's something even greater happening here. Because of that 1,190 figure that you see there, our exclusive label is in there. And NGC, right now, as we speak, is in the process of separating our exclusive Mercanti signatures with our exclusive Reagan artwork label into a whole new category where you're going to actually be able to see your coin recorded individually. And you know what that means, folks? It gives you the possibility, the chance of building one of the finest silver dollar collections, they call it a registry, with our exclusive label, a pedigree that is second to none. Hands down, this is the most exclusive label, and that's great, right? But without that perfect proof 70, it doesn't mean too much. Without that unbelievable eye appeal, without that great cameo contrast, without that perfection, it doesn't mean anything. So not only is the label exclusive, the coin, that's where the exclusivity really comes into being. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity to begin a journey of Silver Eagle dollars with the first one in the highest grade. Now, here are some of the greatest Silver Eagle dates of the regular issues. The 1995 W isn't in there, ladies and gentlemen, because that coin was a commemorative. But of the regular issues, yearly, this coin is issued, except for 2009. But 1986, 1/3%. 1995, one of the hardest years to get. Look at how many were certified. But look at the rate by which they certify. Half of 1%, not too much, but more than the 86. Here is a 1995 in a perfect 70 grade without our exclusive label, by the way, but a perfect coin, $977. In 1993, and our coin hangs right in there percentage-wise, and I got to tell you, when you look at the mintage, one of the rarest of all these coins is the 1986, but look at that 1993 right there, $3,220. And folks, it's a proof 70. It's the highest grade you can get. And so is ours. Now, 1994. 1994 is a very famous date. It's one of the key dates. And you can see that coin brought nearly $3,000. But folks, 1994s certify at a higher percentage rate than the 1986. There is nothing more fragile than the surface of a proof pure silver coin. It is easily subjected to environmental damage. You don't keep it in the right humidity. You don't store it in the right place. Your coin will develop hazing. You have no idea. Virtually half of every one of these coins that we look at, pre-grading, will not make it. Have environmental damage, have damage from being improperly cared for, from sitting somewhere unbeknownst to its owner that it was getting environmental damage for a decade or even longer before it was certified. And that means that in spite of the mintage, that only 1/3 of 1% of these coins, 1/3 of 1% will grade a perfect proof 70. That is rarity. But I'll tell you one of the most important things about this, in case you haven't heard, the John Mercanti reverse is going away. It's being retired. And it's soon to be replaced with a new reverse. And I know it's unbelievable, right? Because from 1986 to the present time, part of what made that coin in the series so magical was that amazing reverse. John Mercanti went way back in time to the late 1700s and the very early 1800s to pay tribute to that heraldic eagle, which was on the reverse of our silver dollars back then. But it is going away. And you are looking at some of the last opportunities to own the original reverse. That in itself is big news because it has brought so many collectors that are in a mad dash to get that reverse and to get as many coins in the original series to complete their collections. But now there are thousands more collectors who realize the urgency, who know that forevermore that reverse will be disappearing, and that really lights a fire under all of the previous years. $795. This coin is a key date because it is the very first issue. Now, you can't have a collection of Silver Eagle dollars without having the first year. Here at Rare Collectibles, one of the greatest joys we have is assembling complete collections of silver dollars in highest grades attainable for our customers. This coin moves right into that category. $795. I talked about the exclusive label. It has recently been announced by NGC that Rare Collectibles TV will be the only company authorized to use this label. I want you to keep that in mind because right now it is possible to build the finest collection of proof silver dollars that we can help you get. And if you watch our show, one thing you're going to see is that we have taken this great collection, this great series, and we have given our collectors an opportunity to get involved in a big way or smaller ways or one way with the very first year, 1986, for $795. If you are a first-time collector in all of numismatics, the Sheldon grading scale, which in this case goes from proof 60 all the way to proof 70. And proof 70 is the ultimate, absolute perfection, the pinnacle. And that's what we have here. The ultimate, the pinnacle, the most exclusive label, and the greatest price, $795. Please do not forget, Rare Collectibles TV does much more than just the coin that you see on your screen. We do collections, we do ultimate rarity, we do value, and we build unbelievable collections for collectors like you. This is the one and only first year of the American Silver Eagle dollar in the ultimate grade with the ultimate label for $795 from Rare Collectibles TV. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Pattern Coins with Jack McNamara.
This is a real honor to handle these three coins. Never in my wildest numismatic dreams did I ever think I'd be holding these three coins here. These coins are from 1792. These are some of the original coins that were produced by our fledgling government as they were designing our coinage and our monetary system. I have two birch cents, one the unique plain edge variety, the other one the finest known example, and then also I have the famous right quarter. These are three coins that I used to see as a kid in the Red Book when I was with my grandfather, looking at all these incredible rarities that I never imagined I would hold these kind of coins in my hand. These are coins that would have been held by, literally would have been held by George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson.
James Gerstel, you're watching Rare Collectibles TV. It's time for Morgan dollars. Everybody loves the Morgan dollar. When I first started collecting coins when I was 7 years old, one of the coins I always wanted to get was a Morgan dollar. It was so big. If you ever held a Morgan dollar in your hand, just the size of the coin alone was impressive. And you wanted, especially when you compared it to half dollars or quarters or dimes, pennies, it was big. It was bold. It had an unbelievable design on it. And you would look at these coins, and they would date back a century, and you'd think, wow, that's where it all started. The Morgan dollar, it has mythical properties just attached to the name. If you're a beginning collector, you have hit the right location to start collecting. This is the right spot, because you cannot get into coin collecting in a better way than the Morgan dollar. And I invite you to pull up a chair and just see why if you've never collected before, if you've been a coin collector all your life, why Morgan dollars, especially right now, are the coin for you. The first Morgan dollar was issued in 1878, and the last Morgan dollar was 1904. I know there were 1921s, that came later, 17-year hiatus, and the 1921 Morgan dollar is a little bit different. It's a separate variety all its own. The die had to be recreated for that coin. So when we talk about the Morgan dollar catalog, we're generally talking about 1878 to 1904. Now, there's way more to the story than that, though. During the time of the Morgan dollar, the U.S. Mint facilities were busy, very busy. In fact, they had been mandated to strike millions of coins on a monthly basis. So when you take a look at all the mints that were responsible for striking the Morgan dollars between 1878 and 1921, here's what we have. Philadelphia, the original mint. Why was Philadelphia chosen as the original mint location? Because the U.S. Capitol was originally in Philadelphia. So the mother mint. Now, I get this question asked of me all the time. How come coins from Philadelphia, Morgan dollars, don't have a mint mark on them? Well, at the time, it was the only mint, so a mint mark wasn't required. But I want you to take a look at production from the various mints. 305 million coins struck at Philadelphia. Next was New Orleans at 186 million. Then San Francisco. Denver is kind of misleading because there was only one Morgan dollar ever struck at Denver. That was in 1921. So for that single coin, over 20 million coins. Then Carson City. Man, Carson City struck the fewest amount of Morgan dollars of any mint. And they're kind of in a separate class all their own. The greatest thing about the New Orleans Mint, because that's what we're going to be talking about, is the fact that they had a mandate. And here's how it went. In 1859, silver was discovered in Nevada. Because of this immense silver discovery, the U.S. Congress passed a bill, and the bill was known as the Bland-Allison Act. And what this bill authorized was the purchase every month of $2 to $4 million worth of silver. Can you believe it? 1878. And they are committing to buy from the silver mining interests, from the silver miners, $2 to $4 million worth of silver every month to be coined into Morgan dollars. Not to be used for half dollars, not to be used for quarters, not for dimes, for half dollars. So here's the result of the Bland-Allison Act. I have a wonderful reason to collect these coins, and it's all about how difficult it is to get a top flight, top notch, top grade, uncirculated Morgan dollar. You could pick up dozens of books about Morgan dollars, and the information in those books would give you a great idea of how each mint struck their coins. But one thing that every one of these mints had in common was the mandate to strike a lot of coins. Now, they were interested at the time in quantity and not quality. So there it is right there. Today, as we stand here right now, only about 15% of all the Morgan dollars ever issued, and that's over 656 million coins, remain in uncirculated condition today. The vast majority of these Morgan dollars were released into circulation. And so once a coin is released into circulation and it shows signs of wear, well, then it's going to be called a circulated coin. So these uncirculated specimens are then categorized in degrees of uncirculated by grade. That's the modern world we live in. It's known as the Sheldon scale of grading. And for uncirculated, the beginning grade of uncirculated is mint state 60. And the ultimate grade of an uncirculated coin would be a mint state 70. Never has been a mint state 70 Morgan dollar, and there's only been, I think it's been about 20 mint state 69s. There's a lot more to it than just the amount of coins that were struck. 1918, World War I. The United States was allies with Great Britain. Great Britain got into, well, some financial straits. And so the United States of America melted a lot of the silver that we had in the form of Morgan dollars so we could contribute to the war effort. So whenever you talk about Morgan dollars, you always have to talk about the 1918 Pittman Act, because that authorized the minting of up to 320 million Morgan dollars. 656 million coins struck, 270 million coins melted just in 1918 alone, and you can see the total remaining just after that 1 year. Now, since 1918, there's been a lot of other melts that have happened. During World War II in the 1940s, the run-up of silver that took place between 1970 and 1980, and the casino industry themselves was responsible for melting millions and millions of silver dollars in the 1970s and the early 1980s. So the end result of all of that means that the remaining coins that will grade in mint state condition is not even 7 million coins that can be certified as a mint state coin. And if you like percentages, look at that paltry percentage. 0.103. That's not 103%. That's not 10%. That's 0.103. So there it is. The rarity of Morgan silver dollars is all because of history, all because of what happened 100 years ago. What we're left with today are some of the scarcest coins. This is not new news. Collectors have known this for quite a long time. And collectors have been putting away certain dates of coins from certain mints for a long time. That has further led to an unbelievable shortage of coins. I've been a coin dealer for a long time, a coin collector for even longer. I have never seen this tight a squeeze on Morgan dollars as what we're experiencing right now. New Orleans Mint. Now, I want to put to bed the myth that you cannot get an unbelievable example of a Morgan dollar in mint state from the New Orleans Mint. Now, though they did not strike as many coins as Philadelphia, they suffered from the same thing that Philadelphia did. They were tasked with striking thousands of coins per minute. Once they cranked up those coining presses, and once they began fulfilling the requirement of millions of dollars worth of silver every month to be coined, it was nonstop. But I want you to know something about New Orleans. They struck 186 million coins. Here's the thing. It's not that they overworked the dies at New Orleans. It's that they were not as expert in the die preparation as they were at San Francisco, which is known for having the most eye-appealing strikes. Now, in order to find a coin that replicates that strike of San Francisco, you got to search through, whereas the coins from San Francisco, you might have to search through 100 or 200 or maybe even 500 coins to find that ultimate gem. From New Orleans, 10 times that many. It's harder to find those rarities. So here we are right now. We are offering the final coins from the New Orleans Mint. The New Orleans Mint has got an unbelievable story. Opened up in 1838. At that time, the city of New Orleans was the 5th largest city in the United States of America. And because of its proximity to the riverways, to the Mississippi, which offered trade to the interior of the country and also with the entire world, New Orleans was a center of commerce, much akin to New York. It was booming. So in 1838, the U.S. Mint opened up a minting facility. And this mint operated until 1861. Well, 1861 was the beginning of the Civil War, and New Orleans Mint had the most unusual history at that time because it was the United States of America, the Union, the North, that established the New Orleans Mint. Once the hostilities began, it was the state of Louisiana that took over the New Orleans Mint. So they kicked the Union out, they took over the New Orleans Mint. Shortly after that, the Confederacy took over the New Orleans Mint. So the New Orleans Mint is the only mint that can say it was a U.S. mint, a state of Louisiana mint, and a mint for the Confederacy. So its history is, well, lengthy. In 1861, the mint closed down for the Civil War. And it reopened again in 1879 when the first Morgan dollar was struck. All the other mints struck the first Morgan dollar, except for Denver, of course, in 1878. But New Orleans, 1879. And the New Orleans Mint operated until 1909. But the last Morgan dollar to come out of New Orleans, the 1904. Now, the 1904 Morgan dollar is an anomaly. It's a coin with a really small mintage, 3.7 million. An 84S, 1884S, one of the kings of the Morgan dollar series, has a mintage of 3.4 million. So 3.7 million is pretty darn small. It's kind of amazing to me that you can even get your hands on a 19040 because it was the last one from New Orleans. So you had a lot that circulated that got worn out, and then you had a lot that just disappeared because, hey, the last one, it was a memento. Rare Collectibles TV, we're offering 19040 in a Mint State 64, just to kind of whet your appetite. The last Morgan dollar from the New Orleans Mint. And as I said, this coin is really an anomaly. It has a very low mintage. It is the last Morgan dollar ever struck at the New Orleans Mint. And it really bookends what we call the pre-21 Morgan dollar series. Now, since coin collecting has gotten so popular, there's a lot of talk about coin collecting everywhere you look. There's books coming out left and right and catalogs, and all of a sudden there's people springing up who never sold a coin before or in the coin business all of a sudden. I want you to take a look at 1904s from New Orleans. That one's got a little bit of dark color to it. Ours will not, I can tell you that. Ours will be extensively white. There's a Mint State 64 right there at $325. Hold on to your hats. If you would like to own a 19040 in Mint State 64 and you don't want to spend $325, no, I can't help you, I'm sorry. No. And you don't want to spend $325, take a look at what we have. 040s for $139. Graded Mint State 64, certified, bright white. Look at that coin right there. Now that is amazing. And why is that amazing? Well, take a look at the cheek of Liberty. Now, if you want to get an instant lesson in how to grade Morgan dollars or how to make sure you get a really nice uncirculated Morgan dollar, you take a look at the cheek. Because if you see a cheek that's all scuffed up, all scratched up, you don't want that coin. So what we look for are clean cheeks, as clean as you can get. Now, every Morgan dollar, even the highest graded one known to man, is going to have a tick or two on its cheek. But when you hand pick examples, we're able to bring a coin like that that'll put any 040 to shame, not for $325, but for $139. And I hope I have your attention now, because we mean business here. Because I want to offer you not just that 19040, but I want to give you a chance to get the last New Orleans struck Morgan dollars, beginning with 1898, including the 1899. Take a look at what we're going to be offering here, folks. 1898-0. Look at the mintage, 4.4 million. 1899-0. 1899-0 is a tough date. You can take a look at that column in red, and you can see 1898-0, 1.6% have been certified in 6.4. The 1899-0, 0.4%. 1900-0, with a mintage of 12.5 million, 0.3% have been certified. None of these are high percentages. The 19010, again, 0.33%. The 19020, now tell me, when do you ever see these dates? Never. You always see the extremely common coins, 1885, 1884, and 1883. And the 19040. The 19040 has the lowest mintage of any one of those coins there. 3.4% have been certified. Not 34%, 3.4%. So that's kind of an anomaly there as well. I mean, these coins are a lot scarcer than their price will ever indicate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching our show, you will note that this presentation is a little different. This presentation at one time had all 7 of the last New Orleans coins. It also included the 19030. But here's the thing, the 19030 is one of the key date Morgan dollars in the series. Its mintage is so low, it's only 330,000, we just can hardly get any more. So we can no longer include it in this set. So we brought it to a 6-coin set, and here's the thing. We have a really small amount of 19030s in Mint State 64. Please ask your operator, because you're going to want that coin. I can tell you this. The 19030 is one of the rarest Morgan dollars ever issued, but nobody knows it. It's really like one of the undiscovered coins. There's so many expensive Morgan dollars with the mintage higher, way higher than that coin. That's a must-have, so you gotta ask about that one. I'm sorry that we can no longer include it in the set, but it's impossible to get these days. We have so few, so don't waste time on that one. But take a look at all the fantastic coins we do have in this set. Now, you know, collectors, when we set our mind to bring in a fantastic set of Morgan dollars that are pertinent, that mean something, that tie into history, that's not just random, not a hodgepodge, that we also are very, very concerned with price. Price always comes into play. And I want you to know, we have the greatest prices, but we never sacrifice quality. So we're offering a complete collection of 6, 1898, 1899, 1900, 1901, 1902, and 1904 in Mint State 64. So get out your calculator. I got mine here. First coin we're offering is the 18980. And I want you to take a look at where other people are pricing the coin. That one right there is at $312. The 1899, tough date. Here's a Mint State 64 at $440.63. We're offering the complete collection of 6. I got to tell you the price, because I've already got the 2 coins. It's way more than we're selling this whole deal for. $795. These are certified Mint State 64s. These are near gem Morgan dollars. These are the undiscovered treasures. Now here's a 1900 That one is almost $480. I can get you one of those in the collection for $795. Now here's a 19010. You never see these dates from New Orleans. Never. $299. By the time I get done with this, folks, we're going to get up to $2,325 in Mint State 64. $795. And you know, when I stop to think about it, to be able to bring this to our show at so much less and duplicate the grade, I don't think you can beat it. So right there, look at that, amazing, $470 for the 020. And look at that, folks, the 1904, which I just showed you, is at $325. Rare Collectibles TV sells that 6-coin collection, the one you're looking at right now, for $795. But there is something else here. Are you ready for this? Because we're going to step up. 1 grade, Mint State 65. So for those of you who not only want them in Mint State 64, but you're saying, I wonder if I could step up 1 grade to that gem category, where would you guys be at? Now let's take a look at how the story shakes out for 1 grade up, Mint State 65. So we're going to explore the percentages. So the mintages, they're not going to change. But I want you to take a look at the percentages on how these coins from New Orleans grade in this ultimate, what I call the ultimate high grade, because you are getting into the category, you are at the category of gem. And so when you look at that 19020, when you look at that 18990, those incredibly difficult coins to get, the 010, look at what we're doing here, ladies and gentlemen. We are offering this collection in Mint State 65, and the same is going to hold true as the Mint State 64 version. Please Ask your sales associate about the extremely limited number of 030s, one of the key date Morgan dollars, that we can offer you, kind of, on the sly a little bit, secret kind of. You got to ask because we have so few of them. But let's get a kind of a gauge for where we're going to be at and the world is at on these coins in 6.5. Here's the 1898.0. The 1898.0, with the lowest mintage of the whole group right there, is one of the most reasonably priced coins. So collectors realize this. These coins are getting scooped up in a big way because they're too cheap. Here's a 1900.0 in Mint State 65, $345. That was the auction price right there. I can beat that price, but that is a phenomenal price, and we can beat it. The 1901.0 in 6.5, $356. Again, I can beat it. The 1902.0, one of the most in-demand Morgan dollars today, $1,265. And the 1904.0, almost $418. So when you add up all those numbers, we're over $2,700 out there in auction land. We're at $1,695 for this collection. $1,695. And, ladies and gentlemen, most of the time when you see such a drastic reduction in price, where we are shaving off $1,000 off a national price, most of the time what will happen is the quality will suffer. The grading service will be unknown. Not here. This is top flight all the way. This is what you want to have. These coins are as fresh as the day they were struck. They're impossible to sort today. It's so hard. So $1,695. And you are welcome to split the payments into 2 equal payments of $847.50. The last of the New Orleans coins. Now, I started to tell this story about how this was once a 7-coin collection. We can no longer do that. But we can still offer you a really small amount. We have a small amount of 1903s that you can purchase in addition to this. We just simply cannot get enough coins any longer, so that if we continue to offer that set, we would have to go into extreme back order. We'd never be able to find the coins. You wouldn't like us anymore. So we're not going to do that. But we have literally a few coins to offer you. Please give us a call, because what you're going to get are the most phenomenal last of an era, the last New Orleans Morgans, coins that rarely grade this high. I'm here to bust the myth about the New Orleans Mint not striking nice Morgan dollars. Not true. You just got to look. You got to search. Got to look a little bit harder. Now, of all the mints, San Francisco Mint was the easiest mint, or is the easiest mint, to source Morgan dollars in 6.4 and 6.5. Why? Well, the Mint got brand new equipment right when the Morgan dollar was coming out, and they were able to strike nice coins. So you got to really search hard at the New Orleans Mint to find coins that'll look like those S mints, and that's our criteria. That's how we do it. I want a coin that pops like an S mint. I want a coin that jumps off the surface, the design. That's what we're looking for. And then I want rarity. The reason why I get worked up and amped up over Morgan dollars is because once you start collecting Morgan dollars, and you've been at it for a few decades, one of the things you realize is that there are certain date coins that you have the devil of a time finding. And you really start to see it when you want to get more than one. A lot of times a collector will be out there, they'll come across eBay or some other auction site and go, I've been looking for this coin forever, I'm going to buy it. But when you are constantly on the air, when you're trying to furnish thousands of collectors with the highest quality Morgans, wow, these coins, so hard to do. It's so hard to continue continuity in these dates. Some of it's luck that because of our exposure, the coins that we are offered, the collections, just put us in a position to bring to you coins that nobody else can get at the prices that we do. So I want you to give us a try if you never have before. That's the first thing. Because one thing you're going to find is we never take the easy way out. Never. So these aren't random dates. This is solid. 1898, 1899, 1900, 01, 02, and the 04. And if you ask, you could be in line, or I shouldn't even say that, you can get a 19030 if you act quickly. So let's go over everything. In Mint State 64, we are offering these final last 6 pieces of the New Orleans Morgan dollars. We're also offering the final Morgan dollar, the 19040, in a Mint State 64 for $139. You can bring this to a 6-coin collection that includes that 19040 and all the other coins that I mentioned. However, you are going to have to ask about the 030. Now, here's the other thing, guys. When we took the 030 out of this collection, we also adjusted the price accordingly. And I want you to know you're going to get a great deal on that coin as well. But I want to concentrate on the fabulous bag-free cheeks. The bag marks are hardly noticeable on these coins. If you're a Morgan dollar collector, that is everything. The lack of contact marks on these coins is really something to write home about. So from 1898 to 1904, except the 19030, we are offering this collection in Mint State 64 for $795. And if you want to step up into the Mint State 65s, we are offering the same dates, 1898, 1899, 1900, 1901, 02, and the 1904 for $1,695. And you can break it up into 2 payments of $847.50. For the remainder of this presentation, which isn't long, it's just a few seconds to tell you the truth, I want to gush about the quality of the coins. The thing about grading and the grading services, the accuracy is beyond reproach. But we go a little beyond the technical aspects of the grading because we are really interested in something known as eye appeal. Because we're collectors first, right? We want the best that we can get, but it's also got to be the most eye-appealing coin. And the stars have aligned right here in such a way that we had access to these Morgan dollars that are hands down some of the finest you're ever going to see and some of the most obscure dates you're ever going to get a chance to own. But here's the bottom line. These are the last of the Morgan dollars from New Orleans. 2 ways you can go. Mint State 65 gem, $1,695. A full $1,000 off. $1,000 less in the market out there. That's big. And huge amount of difference between our 6.4s and everybody else. We're at $795 for those dates that I mentioned in Mint State 64. Not circulated coins, Mint State 64. And why am I screaming? Well, because we are saving you a lot of money. I found a discount house that was selling this collection for $910 in Mint State 64. $910. That is an inside price. We're $795. Now, for those of you who collect with us, you know you can expect everything in a collection of coins. Well, this one delivers even more than that. So I want to thank you so much for watching, and I invite you to stay tuned for more great stuff. See you soon. '20 marks the 75th anniversary
of the ending of World War II in 1945. To commemorate this historic event, the U.S. Mint, for the first time ever, struck a gold eagle with a special privy mark to honor this event. It has a small V for victory 75 privy mark on this coin. The Mint only struck 1,945 of these coins, making it an instant rarity. The coins sold out within minutes and crashed the U.S. Mint website. Now, this coin is not only the lowest mintage gold eagle in the history of the American Eagle program, but in 35 years of producing eagles, gold and silver, there has never been a lower mintage eagle in any metal, gold, silver, palladium, platinum, anything. This is the lowest mintage ever, by far. Only 1,945 of these historic coins were struck. This coin has been so difficult to get that I don't even have any here today. I couldn't get enough to bring these on TV, but we have been able to get one here or one there in a perfect, flawless, proof 70 grade by either NGC or PCGS, and these are only available through our private advisory coin team. Give them a call at 1-800-778-0624 and reserve an example of the most important gold eagle ever produced in a perfect, flawless, proof 70 grade for your collection. Make sure your collection is among the finest collections that could possibly exist in the world. Call us today, 1-800-778-0624, speak to one of our private advisors, and put away one of these coins. Thanks for joining me. I'm Jack McNamara for Rare Collectibles TV.
They discovered gold in California in 1848. Sutter's Mill changed America because up until then, folks, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece. And so it was referred to as the Eagle. Had just about a half an ounce of gold. And then with the discovery of gold, we had this abundance of gold. And now our country was able to strike an even larger gold coin. And this was of tremendous benefit to our banking system because it really facilitated large transactions. And so in 1848, they experimented with the first $20 gold piece. It was twice the size of the $10 gold piece of the Eagle, so they referred to this $20 gold piece as the double Eagle. The U.S. Mint struck gold in denominations from $1 on up to $20, then beginning in 1850. $1 gold piece, folks, was smaller than a dime. It was tiny, tiny coin. The $2.50 gold piece right next to it was about the size of a dime. And then you have a $3 gold piece, a $4 gold piece, which was just struck for a very short time, called the Stella. And then you had the $5 gold piece, which was about the size of a nickel with a quarter ounce of gold. That was called the half eagle. And then you had the Eagle, the $10 gold piece with just about a half an ounce of gold. And then beginning in 1850, for the first time ever, they struck the double Eagle for commerce with about a full ounce of gold. Now that example you see there is dated 1849. That was one of the two experimental double eagles that were struck in 1849. That coin, which Caitlin has a picture of, is the only surviving 1849 that resides today in the Smithsonian. It's considered the single most valuable United States coin in our country. And it's important to note that even though this was only one of only two struck, only two examples struck, even this coin has noticeable reading marks or bag marks in the obverse field at around 8 o'clock. 2 examples struck, and yet this coin had these very, very, very deep bag marks. And yet it's the most valuable United States coin, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. Indeed, it's priceless. It's a part of our heritage, our history. It's a national treasure. The coins I have today, folks, are truly national treasures. They're early double eagles. And in the past, double eagles that we've offered from the Great European Bank Hoard have been struck in Philadelphia. These double eagles, folks, they're extraordinary. When you hold one in your hand, it's actually a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. You know, Morgan dollar was the largest silver dollar struck by the U.S. government since the early 1800s. But the double eagle, even though it's a little smaller in diameter, is about 25% heavier. They're really heavy coins. You have a couple of these in your hand, and you put them in your pocket. Within a few days, you'll have a hole worn in your pocket from the weight of these coins. They're really substantial. And they were heavily used in our banking system because, again, they were greatly facilitated large transactions. Very few survive in any kind of uncirculated condition. The coins I have today are from the Great European Bank Hoard. Now, the Great European Bank Hoard is really one of the great, great stories in all of U.S. numismatics. And it began really with the Great Depression. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that around 4,000 banks failed during that 1 year. Imagine having your life savings in the bank that you'd accumulated over 10, 20, 30 years, going to the bank the next day, and then the bank is shuttered closed. It had failed. You were wiped out. Your life savings is gone, and there was no federal deposit insurance back then. Well, this was horrifying to all the Americans who had their money in banks that had not yet failed. And so they understandably began pulling their money out of the banks. And they're taking this paper money, and they're looking at this paper money, and again, this is during the Great Depression there, and they're asking themselves, well, what's this paper money going to be worth in the next few years? Who knows? I mean, our economy could completely collapse. And so they were taking their paper money, and with that paper money, they were buying gold coins. Because gold, throughout human history, you go back to Egyptian times, gold has always had value. Well, with all these citizens pulling their money out of the banks, created additional stress on our banking system. And so Franklin Roosevelt, who was then president at the time, passed the Executive Order 6102 in April of 1933, effective May 1st, 1933. Executive Order 6102 stated that it would be illegal on May 1st, 1933 to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates, you faced either a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, it was enforced. So Americans were turning in all their gold coins they had been accumulating. Well, what did the Mint do with all those gold coins that had been struck over all those decades? Well, as far as the $20 gold pieces, fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck by the U.S. Mint were melted back down into gold bars. Imagine that, melted back down into gold bars, 39%. That's over 50 million coins. Now, there were, however, some Americans of means who said to themselves, well, okay, it may be illegal for me to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, but it's not illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in another country. And so they began to buy gold, and before that deadline, sent bags and bags of gold eagles and double eagles to banks in Europe in the early 1930s. And they'd been residing there for almost 90 years, folks, sitting in vaults in Europe, just sitting there in the corner, collecting dust. And they just began coming out of those vaults. Now, most of the gold double eagles that are coming out of these banks were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Understandably, because the Philadelphia Mint was the closest mint to the East Coast. The other mints that struck double eagles at the time, well, primarily the other mint was the San Francisco Mint, and that was all the way over on the West Coast. So by far, the most double eagles that were shipped to Europe were struck and issued by the Philadelphia Mint. And when you look, for example, on the most common coins in mint state condition in both the St. Gaudens and the Liberty Double Eagle series, you'll find that they're all Philadelphia Mint issues. In the St. Gaudens series, you have the 1924P, the 27P, and the 1908P. Those three dates alone account for roughly 2/3 of all the St. Gaudens double eagles that have been certified in uncirculated condition. There are 48 other dates and mint marks, which comprise only about 1/3 of all the other coins certified in mint state. And then in a Liberty Double Eagle series, struck from 1850 to 1907, you've got the 1904 Philadelphia issue, the 1900P, and the 1907P. Those three dates alone account for at least 50% of all the 146 different dates and mint marks, those three Philadelphia issues. And indeed, when you look at the coins that we've offered on our show over the past several years, in the St. Gaudens and Liberty Double Eagle series, in the St. Gaudens series, you can see, again, the 24P, the 08P no motto, 27P, 23P, 25P, 28P. It's not until you get to the 1914S where you see a branch mint that we were able to offer on our show. And you can see how much rarer that coin is in uncirculated mint state condition than all those earlier P mints. The one Philadelphia Mint issue I really love is that first year of issue, the 1907P, because it had a really low mintage. First year of issue is a no motto variety, very, very, very rare. And then when you get to the Liberty series, by far, the date in greatest abundance out of the great European bank hoard was the 1904P, followed by the 1900P, followed by the 07P, and 99P. We've offered earlier dates than this, folks, some dates from the 1850s and 1860s, in fact, but they were in circulated grades, AU condition, extra fine condition, to get coins that have never been in circulation, in mint state uncirculated condition. These coins can be really rare. Now, you've got those most common dates at the top, the 04P, but you notice how they get considerably rare as you go down the page. The coin I have today, folks, is on the second page. It's the 1891S. It is so rare because it was issued in the early 1890s, and they were struck in San Francisco. This is the greatest group of 1891S's that I have ever handled. we have almost 100 examples in MS62 condition. And you can see the total NGC population there, only 2,122 examples graded in MS62. Now, it's important to note, there's one date that follows, the 1901P, where they've only graded 1,356 examples. And you may ask, well, that's even rarer than the 91S. But that is why I have included the MS65 column to the right. Because you could see the 1901P in 6.5, well, they've graded 346 examples. And in 6.4, they've graded many, many more examples than that. Because you see, the 1901P was a later issue. It didn't receive the kind of handling, it wasn't thrown around in bags as the 1891S, so it's much more available in higher grade condition than the 1891S. This 1891S is extremely rare in all grades of mint state condition, folks. They've only certified 5,381 coins. Take a look at one of these, folks. These are Mint State 62. Mint State meaning the coin has never been in circulation. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading scale, from a low of 1 to a high of 70. There are no Liberty Double Eagles in 70. They don't exist. That would represent perfection. There is no such coin. There are no Liberty Double Eagles in MS69 or MS68. And there's only a handful in MS67, and virtually all of them came from the SS Central America shipwreck. 1891, you could see the populations there in 6.5. 2 coins in MS65. What you're seeing here are among the finest known. The vast majority of surviving 1891S Liberty Double Eagles are circulated. They grade AU, XF, very fine, fine, and below. Many are damaged. They haven't even survived. Many have been melted down. About 40% of the entire mintage have been melted down. Only around 5,000 have been certified in uncirculated condition, and only about 2,000 in MS62, and we have almost 100 of them for you today. That's about 5% of the entire NGC population. The Smithsonian houses the finest collection of United States coins in the world. The 1891S in the Smithsonian is not an MS62, it's not an MS61, it's not even an MS60. It's a circulated AU58, lightly circulated, and that is an exceptional specimen. Here we have this early, from the early 1890s, 1891S. Gold right now is around $1,700 an ounce. In gold value alone, there's about $1,700 worth of gold in these coins. This is a coin we could easily offer at around $4,900, and you'd be getting a great, great value. In fact, when you look at what dealers are asking for the most common Liberty Double Eagles in the same grade. Here's some 1904s. In the same grade, folks, MS62, the 1904, by far the most common issue. About 50 times easier to locate than the 1891S. $4,600. A dealer with 100% positive feedback. There's another 1904 MS62, $5,400. Here's another one, MS62, $4,200. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback for the most common Liberty Double Eagle, because it's a Mint State 62, a Mint State uncirculated Liberty Double Eagle. But here we have the 1891S. It is so rare, struck in San Francisco. These coins are a national treasure. These are keepsakes. If you can get more than one, please do so. This is the only time you're going to see us offering the 1891S in this kind of quantity. Again, I've had them before where I was able to present 3 or 4 coins. They rarely surface. And we acquired this small group out of the European Bank Hoard. They came in bags like this, folks. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. And we got them at the greatest price. And we're passing our good fortune on to you. Look at this piece, 1891S. Again, these gold double eagles, 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. And gold is a very soft metal. And how it survives in this sort of superb condition, it's a miracle. And it's only because of the Great European Bank Hoard, where they were sitting in a bank vault since the early 1930s. Otherwise, they would not have survived in this condition. These coins should not exist but for the Great European Bank Hoard. And what we have today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, folks, because they're not $4,900 or even $3,900. We've got these coins, 1891S, an early branch mint in mint-state condition, $3,195 a coin for an 1891S, among the rarest S mints we've ever offered in uncirculated condition in the Liberty Double Eagle series. It is a monumental opportunity, folks. Only $3,195, and it is available on the 2-payment option. So if you can't swing the entire amount today, just put half down of $1,597.50, and we'll hold one of these coins for you. And then that is so very important because, again, we have a limited quantity. We have fewer than 100 examples. Once these are gone, to replace them at this price will not be possible. One of the great United States numismatic treasures, one of the historic masterpieces to ever survive in the history of our country. Gold double eagles struck pre-1900 in uncirculated mint state condition, struck at the Granite Lady. The Granite Lady, the second San Francisco mint. The first San Francisco mint, originally built in 1854, production demands became too great, so in 1874 they built a new mint. They called it the Granite Lady. When they had the great San Francisco earthquake in 1906, the Granite Lady was one of the few buildings that was left standing after that earthquake. And these are one of the great double eagles coming out of the Granite Lady. These beautiful, stunning 1891S's in extraordinary MS-62 condition. Again, so many of the double eagles that came out of the Great European Bank Hoard, folks, were struck in Philadelphia. Rarely do you find any double eagles coming out of the Great European Bank Hoard that were struck at the San Francisco Mint, especially struck at the San Francisco Mint in the early 1890s. There just were very few bags of any Liberty double eagles in uncirculated condition surviving, coming out of the European Bank Hoard from the San Francisco Mint from this early era. In closing, many of you who have watched my presentations before have heard me talk about this article from the Coin Dealer newsletter. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? And the author pretty much paraphrases what I've been telling my viewers now for the last several years, almost like he's been watching our show. But to quote this one paragraph here in the article, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what he means by that, I remember a time 15, 20 years ago when gold was about $400 an ounce. And I had a Liberty Double Eagle. It was a low-grade mint-state coin, and it was a common date. It was one of the most common dates. And I sold it to a dealer for about $3,500 when gold was about $400 an ounce, almost 10 times the gold value. Here we are today with gold at $1,700 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is $17,000. And here we don't have a common date, but we have a rare branch mint, early S mint, 1891 S in mint state 62, for less than twice the gold value. Again, gold is around $1,700 an ounce, and we've got this extremely rare 1891 S, folks, only $1,597.50 down today, balance in 30 days. And you will own one of the greatest double eagle opportunities of our lifetime. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. Again, we have a very, very limited quantity of these. We have fewer than 100 examples of the 1891S. By far, the greatest collection of 1891S double eagles to ever surface. Again, NGC is only graded around 2,000 examples. We have almost 100 of them. That's about 5% of the entire total in this presentation you see today. Got a lot of folks calling in. This truly is a wonderful, unique, historic, monumental, numismatic opportunity to get one of the toughest double eagles out of the great European bank hoard from the San Francisco Mint in mid-state condition, MS62, for only $1,597.50 down today, and the balance in 30 days. I hope you can take advantage of it. If you can swing 2, get 2. If you can swing 3, get 3 while we have them. Very limited time offer. Thank you for watching this presentation. It's been an absolute thrill to be able to finally offer this early date, because I look at all those dates in the 1890s, and I know we've offered some of the later dates in the late 1890s, but very rarely do we get to offer something from the mid-1890s and earlier. And to have this group like this today, after 6 years of doing this show, finally, I have these 1891Ss, and it is an absolute thrill, folks. Thank you for watching.
This is a special announcement for all silver enthusiasts. Stay tuned to find out how you can acquire a rare, limited production American coin struck from pure silver. The American Silver Eagle, struck from 1 ounce of .999 fine pure silver, has long been America's favorite silver dollar. President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act of 1985, and the first ASE was struck on October 29, 1986. The obverse of the iconic American Silver Eagle depicts Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag as she strides forward with an outstretched arm and an open palm, which beckon in the hopeful rising sun of a new day. This design of Lady Liberty comes from Adolph Weinman's stunning Walking Liberty half dollar, which was minted from 1916 to 1947. John Mercanti, the 12th chief engraver of the United States Mint, used modern mint technologies to strengthen many details of Weinman's legendary design. The reverse design showcases Mercanti's heroic rendition of a valiant heraldic eagle inspired by the Great Seal of the United States. The eagle is clutching an olive branch in one talon and arrows in the other. 13 stars above the eagle represent the original 13 colonies of the United States. But mint state ASEs do not bear the numismatic mint mark of where these coins were struck. The West Point Mint began striking American Silver Eagles in 2001. And in 2020, due to an emergency closure of the West Point Mint because of COVID-19, the production of American Silver Eagles briefly shifted to the Philadelphia Mint. But during this 2-week period, the Philadelphia Mint produced one of the lowest mintage American Silver Eagles ever of only 240,000 coins. And NGC, the leading numismatic grading service in the country, has identified these coins with a special pedigree designation on their label that states Emergency Production American Silver Eagles, as well as the rare pedigree of first day of issue. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now to make sure you don't miss out. And listen to this, only 240,000 of these limited emergency production coins were struck, making this one of the rarest American Silver Eagles to ever be produced in the entire series. This limited number of coins being produced from Philadelphia is what coin enthusiasts call absolute rarity. And don't forget, these stunning coins are struck from .999 fine pure silver. That's right, pure silver. And each of these coins is graded Mint State 69. That's the grade of a nearly perfect coin. And also has the rare pedigree of first day of issue. Due to the incredible scarcity of 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagles in Mint State 70 condition, prices have skyrocketed, sometimes even costing between $700 and $800 for an MS-70. But listen to this. The difference between a Mint State 70 example and a Mint State 69 example is unable to be seen by the naked eye. This means that unless you are looking at your 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagle under 5 times magnification, there will be virtually no difference in quality between the Mint State 69 and Mint State 70 examples. And that's not all. Each of these stunning American Silver Eagles will come with an RCTV exclusive Reagan Pop Art label inspired by a Ronald Reagan sculpture that John Mercanti designed himself. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now to add this exclusive 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagle in Mint State 69 condition to your own personal collection for the low, low price of just $99.95. That's right, only $99.95 for one of the rarest American Silver Eagles to ever be produced. Wow! Due to the minuscule mintage and immense demand for these remarkable coins, we must limit this exclusive offer to 5 coins per household. And listen to this. If you order right now, you will also receive free shipping and handling. With such a low mintage of only 240,000 coins, this limited production pure silver American Silver Eagle is truly a historic and rare treasure. Lady Liberty on the ASE has always represented America's desire for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now or visit our website at rarecollectiblestv.com. That's rarecollectiblestv.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. I'm a coin collector, just like you. I've been collecting coins for over 50 years. Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for. Morgan silver dollars, Buffalo nickels, Liberty and St. Gaudens double eagles, Franklin half dollars, Cameo proof coins, Peace dollars, Lincoln Wheaties, American silver eagles, Standing Liberty quarters, and much, much more. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Folks, I spent the last 6 weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and during the week as well, in the evenings, working on this publication for you. It's an informational booklet, about 20 pages long. I'm really very proud of it, because with 20 pages of information that you can find in this book, they're the most valuable 20 pages in terms of their benefit to you. This is about the We the People Franklin holder. There you see the cover. Do you want the best? The Franklin We the People holder is about your collecting future. And I've got a couple pictures of some Franklins on the cover. And there's an exceptionally toned Mint State Franklin with beautiful multicolored toning. And then to the right is an exceptional Ultra Cameo Franklin. And at the bottom of the page is the really most important information about the We the People holder. This may be the most important advance in independent third-party grading for the benefit of the collector in the last 20 years. My goal, folks, my bottom line is 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. And that's what it's all about. You know, I've made the Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, proof coins in general, my life's work. I take a lot of pride in the kind of coins I offer my clients. And it really disturbs me tremendously when I see some Franklin half dollars or Kennedys selling in auctions for outrageously high prices that I know are just kind of average for the date and grade. So I decided, you know, what I'm going to have to do is get together and work with NGC and develop a holder where I have exclusive rights to, where I can decide what coins go into that holder and what coins don't make the holder. And that's what the We the People holder is all about. And this booklet is perfect. It's actually absolutely perfect for the time because, you know, we're hard at work on the encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. The encyclopedia, folks, is going to be similar in dimension to this great book on United States gold coins published by Whitman. The encyclopedia will also be published by Whitman. It's a huge project. It's going to be over 400 pages. There's going to be a lot of photography. It's over a year off. And so I thought, in the meantime, this informational booklet is perfect. This publication I just completed details the most important advance in independent third-party grading in the last 20 years. The We the People holder, again, is reserved for those Franklin half dollars which are truly premium for the date and grade. I'd like you to see the two sets I have to offer you today. Proof Franklin half dollars. I have a set 1956 to 1963, the last year of the series, all in proof 68 condition. I have a limited number of these sets in the We the People holder. It's very hard to find coins of this caliber that make We the People standards. There's a 1954, for example. We took the top cover off. It's proof 67, but you can get a proof 67 with beautiful black mirrors, absolutely exquisite. I'm going to show you some examples that are pictured in this booklet as well. But this is not a We the People quality coin because you can see the toning that's developed around the coin that really obscures the original proof mirrors. If you're going to get a really nice proof Franklin, it should be a spot-free coin, and the mirrors should be as deep and clear as the day it was struck 60, 70 years ago. Okay, it should look like it just came off the die, like it's a virgin coin. You caught it on a velvet pillow, and you've preserved it all these decades in some kind of vacuum. So here you have it today, as perfect as the day it was struck. And I've got these sets in proof 68, folks. And I even have a very limited number of sets in the highest possible numeric grade of proof 69. There are no proof 70 Franklin half dollars. They do not exist. The technology used back in the 50s and 60s simply was not advanced to the point where they can strike a coin that would grade a proof 70. Now, to give you an idea of what the difference is between a proof 69 and a proof 70, all these coins are studied under high magnification at the grading service. If they get a coin that looks flawless under their normal magnification. They pull it aside and then they study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, then the coin gets a grade of proof 69. A proof 68 is just one tiny step below that. The proof 68s you see, folks, are going to be flawless to the eye. About the only way you're going to find a flaw on one of these coins is if you break it out of the holder and really study it under magnification, and then you might find a tiny little hairline somewhere. That is how superb these coins are, and they are so rare in this condition. The Franklin We the People holder that these sets come in, folks, this is your guarantee that the Mint State and proof Franklins you have acquired truly represent the highest standard for the grade. Now, this exclusive, breakthrough, leading edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. This is for the long term, folks. It's about your future. Again, 20, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar and a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. Now, you know, Franklins have been a love of mine since the early 1980s, when I saw my first truly exceptional proof Franklin. The coin was dated 1962. I was stunned. I didn't know such beautiful proof Franklins existed. And I knew that it had to be pretty rare, as I had never seen one this beautiful before. And the more I studied the coins, the more I would observe how the vast majority of proof Franklins in general had spots and hairlines and were of very low grade. For example, the quality control, again, back in the 50s and 60s, when it comes to making proof coins, is not what it is today. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck strictly for collectors. You can only order them directly from the Mint, and you pay a premium to buy a proof set. The dies receive special polishing until they have a flawless appearance. The coin blanks receive a polishing kind of treatment as well. And then the blanks are slowly fed into the die. And whereas commercially struck coins are just struck once and then dumped into bins, and they're not struck off highly polished dies, they're dumped into bins where they're braided with other coins. Proof coins are struck at least twice under higher pressure off these highly polished dies to bring out every possible detail of the coin. And then most importantly, they're not dumped into bins. They're individually handled so as not to abrade with other coins. So technically, you're supposed to get perfection. But back in these early days at the Philadelphia Mint, they simply did not have that technology. So I brought along, there was a deal of 1958 proof sets I bought a couple years ago, 100 sealed sets, originally sealed from the U.S. Mint. These things do surface from time to time, folks. Where I had one collector, there was around 70 boxes, 50 sets in a box of 1957 proof sets. The boxes had never been opened, believe it or not. I mean, those instances are extremely rare. I'll probably never see anything like that in my life again. But here's a box of 100 1958 sets that were unopened. I haven't had any since. I opened 10 or 15, and every half dollar had the usual kind of spotting. And so I thought to myself, well, this is just one of those typical batches where the coins are just flawed. You know, they're supposed to be proof coins, they're supposed to be state-of-the-art, but they're all flawed. And so I thought the best thing I could do is save the rest of them for my future viewers so they could see firsthand what I'm talking about. So I've got a handful of these 58s. They're all sealed. I'll just pick this one, I guess. Cut it open. And milk spots, by the way, that you find on Franklin's from 1958 and on through 1964, that includes the 64 Kennedy half dollars as well. Milk spots come from incomplete cleaning of the coin blank before it goes into striking. One of the procedures back then was to clean the coin blank in a solution, a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution, that soap residue, off the coin blank before it went into the die. But the quality control was such that quite often they would leave little beads of soap residue on the coin blank. And then when that coin blank went into the die, you had about 200 tons of pressure coming down on that coin blank. That residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen people take like a Brillo pad to try and get the spot off. And the coin will be terribly damaged at that point, but the spot will still be there. So here I just opened this 1958 set. I have no idea what to expect. Well, here, okay, you see your typical black. In this case, it's really obvious. In this case, it's not a white milk spot, but it's a black spot you can really see there. But I'm going to cut this open, and we'll probably reveal even more flaws on the coin once I cut it open and get it out of the cellophane holder. And there you can see all those little milk spots I'm talking about. So in addition to that black spot around 9 o'clock, all around 2 and 3 o'clock by the rim, you see all those white spots that we refer to as milk spots that do not come off. This is your typical proof Franklin, folks. Now, what does the reverse look like? Who knows? Because again, this was all random as far as the spotting. Sometimes the reverse will be flawless. You do see a spot, though, at around 3:30 to the right of the eagle, a milk spot. And there's also some spotting to the right of the yoke at the top of the coin. Now, you take a look at these coins I have here, folks. These are gorgeous, folks. They're absolutely gorgeous. These superb high-grade Franklins have it all. The most beautiful eye appeal, the highest possible quality, and rarity. Qualities I focused on the most when buying rare coins. While top quality rarities in other series were often priced in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, these Franklins are affordable, folks, to the average collector. Now, in the early days when I moonlighted buying and selling Morgan dollars from dealer to dealer in those early days, the proof Franklins and early proof Kennedy half dollars became a personal collecting favorite of mine. And the more I became involved in the proof Franklins, the more interested I became in the mint state Franklin half dollars as well, as I quickly discovered how difficult these coins were as well to find in gem condition, especially with full strikes. So I was picking out these coins at shows when I could find them, these most exceptional Franklins, folks, and acquiring for clients. And that's when I began to sell these coins to fellow collectors. I was simply buying coins that I thought were great coins to own, great coins for the future. In other words, coins I believed in. And I was sharing my passion with other collectors. It was obvious to me that this was a series of tremendous numismatic importance. So I began writing articles on these coins that appeared in Coin World, Numismatic News, the Coin Dealer Newsletter, the Numismatist, Coin Age. I received some literary awards for these contributions in the process. But it was obvious that a book with the best possible color pictures was needed to share the knowledge I had been accumulating on this series that I believed offered so much potential for collectors like myself. So I began writing my first book in 1986. The same year, PCGS opened their doors for business. And I finished about 5 years later. I don't remember the precise date. It was late 1991, early 1992. But here we are now, about 30 years later. My, how times have changed since the publication of that first book. The grading services, both NGC and PCGS, provide a tremendous service as independent, third-party professional numismatists. Folks, this is very important. But at the same time, they are in the business to grade coins. And they need to grade a lot of coins as accurately as humanly possible to operate profitably. And when it comes to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I have a very different long-term goal. As a specialist, a lover of these coins, having spent much of my adult life buying, selling, collecting these coins, and sharing that passion with other collectors, other than writing more books, I think the best legacy I could leave is to earmark those Franklin and Kennedy half dollars that I know from my experience are most exceptional for their date and grade. And that is what the NGC We the People holder represents. Now, folks, you can look around and shop around on eBay and just regular generic Franklins. And I've just got a few prices here for you that we pulled off of eBay. On this one, I just pulled off this morning, actually, this 1957. Proof 68, it looks like it has some of that toning I was referring to. And that's over $1,700 just for 1957 in Proof 68. And that's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, almost 5,000 happy customers. Over $1,700 just for that one coin. There's a 1958 top-rated seller, Proof 68, over $1,000. So right there, we're around $2,800 just for two coins, folks. There's one more. We're all at almost $4,000 just for three coins. There's an exceptionally nice 1961 Proof 68. That's a very good price, $382. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. But we're well over $4,000 for just half the set, folks. There are some really, really tough dates. Here's the most important part I want to show you. I have the most extensive Franklin inventory of superb Proof and Mint-State Franklins in the country. I buy every exceptional example I can get my hands on. I'm bidding everywhere. I get coins shipped to me all the time. And there's so few that make the We the People standard. So I've gone through my entire inventory of the 1956 to 1963 Franklins, and some of the earlier dates as well. And here are the numbers I have to date of all these coins. Here's what I've got so far, folks, for the entire series. The first year of the series is the 1950. And you can see there are no examples graded in 6.9. There's only one example graded in 6.8. We sold that to a client not too long ago. It was well over $30,000. But you look at the populations, and the coins highlighted in red in that table are the coins that I have that I'm able to offer to you today. What you're getting in this set, the 1956 Type 2, is the coin I have in the highest quantity in Proof 68 and Proof 69 condition. I've been able to certify 149 examples that made the We the People standard in Proof 68 and 108 in Proof 69. That is the first coin in the set. The second coin is the 57. Almost as easy to acquire in Proof 68. I mean, by easy, what I'm saying, again, I've gone through literally tens of thousands of 1957 sets, folks. And I came out with these 122 coins, but only 41 in 6.9. And then you get to the 1958, and I showed you a 1958 from a typical set. Only 83 graded in 68, folks, and 18 graded in 6.9 condition. The 59, 115 in 6.8, 18 in 6.9. The 1960, 181, 19 and 6.9. The 61, an incredible sleeper, such a difficult date. They struck around 3 million proof sets, but the vast majority are spotted and hairlined, flawed. They are so hard to get in a grade higher than proof 66. And I only had 57 total and 15 in 6.9. Now, this is not what I have in stock at the moment. These are just the total populations of these coins in the We the People holder. And then you have the 1962, again, 98 and 68, only 15 and 6.9, and the last date in the series, 104 of the 1963s in 6.8, and only 19 in 69 condition. Now, I can't offer any of the 1955s, folks, even though that I had 75 graded in 6.8 and 35 in 6.9. We sold all of those. I had a special presentation where I offered the 1955, 56, and 57 in 6.8, 6.9 grade, and we sold out of all the 1955s that I had. But the good news is I had no special presentation on those later dates. So the dates like the 1958 with only 18 graded in 6.9 and 83 in 6.8, the 59 with only 115 in 6.8 and 18 in 6.8, the 61 only 57 in 6.8, 15 in 6.9. Same thing on the 62, only 15 in 6.9. I have small quantities of those coins. The 6.8 set, folks, the best part of all. Again, this is about your future. And the 6.8 set, to me, is the perfect grade for a set like this with the perfect price point. Because if your goal is to complete a Franklin set from 1950 to 1963, these coins are so red hot. You saw me showing you comps for a 1957 in proof 68 with some toning on it for over $1,700, just for the 1957. Okay, this is my specialty. I'm the guy that does all the work, that goes through all the coins. This is a labor of love. I mean, there's a lot of other coins I could offer you that would require a lot less work and that would be a lot more profitable. I mean, I could put together 100 ASE sets in proof 69 Ultra Cameo, complete ASE sets for every one of these proof 68 Franklin sets. This is a lot of work, but again, it's a labor of love of mine. It's a passion of mine because I know you are getting so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. $1,295 for the entire 8-coin set, folks. That's $161.81 a coin. $1,295 for the entire set. And you will get, with your set, my 3rd edition guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars by Whitman. It's the hardcover limited edition, and you will get a copy of this informational booklet on the Franklin half dollar in the We the People holder. The 6.9 set, folks, we have fewer than 10 sets. Okay, we've sold several of those 6.9s. I mean, the original total for the 1961 is 15 coins. We only have 7 or 8 in stock at this point in time. The entire 8-coin set, though, is priced to you for only $5,995. $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. You're getting coins that are the highest possible numeric grade for every date. There are no proof 70s. the current NGC population in the We the People holder for the 1956 Type 2, that's what you would call the common date, there are 108 examples. But then in 1957, there are only 41 examples. And again, a lot of them were sold in those 3 coin sets that I was offering, the 55, 56 Type 2, and the 57. So I don't have 41 examples in stock. I have maybe a dozen in stock. The 58, only 18 originally certified. We have fewer than 10 in stock. The 59, 18 certified to date. Again, fewer than 10 in stock. The 1960, 19 total certified in the We the People holder. 61 and the 62, 15 coins each. And the 63, 19 coins. To just put this in perspective, if you were to compare the rarity of these Franklins in this condition to the 1964 Kennedy in proof 69, folks. Now, in the generic NGC holder, NGC has graded over 5,000 1964 Kennedys in proof 69. I would say probably 20% of those, 25% of those would be We the People quality. So you're talking over 1,000 coins versus a couple dozen to date of some of these Franklin half dollars. Now, you open the pages to this book, and we've got some great pictures to show you the difference. The We the People Franklin holder, simply put, guarantees you the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. If it's a brilliant proof Franklin, it will be a lovely, fairly graded, haze-free, problem-free specimen for the grade with exceptional eye appeal for a brilliant proof Franklin. And there you could see 2 1950s, and you can see the difference. The 1950 on the left, not We the People quality. You see the typical haze, filmy surfaces. The coin on the right looks as pristine and deeply mirrored as the day it was struck. Amazing quality. 70 years old. It looks like it's brand new. That's the difference, folks, between a brilliant We the People and your run-of-the-mill proof 67 Franklin. And then at the bottom there, if it's a cameo or an ultra cameo Franklin, well, what's the difference between a generic ultra cameo and a We the People ultra cameo? Well, again, a We the People ultra cameo should be a strong ultra cameo for the date and designation. And I stress that, the date and the designation. And there you see a 1956 on the left, graded proof 68 ultra cameo. It's not We the People quality simply because it's on the lower end of the ultra cameo spectrum. That coin on the right, on the other hand, folks, sometimes your eyes, can really, this is what's so great about these coins. Your eyes can see the difference. Look at the cameo contrast on that coin. Your eyes can see the difference. You don't have to be an expert grader to know that the coin on the right is far superior to the coin on the left. Then on the next page, I'm talking about some Mint State Franklins. They should be very fairly graded, strictly graded, with either brilliant or attractively toned surfaces. And that is so important because there are a lot of unattractive toned Franklins out there. And, in my opinion, overgraded Franklins as well. So there you see a 1954P graded by PCGS. It's correctly graded. It's a 6.6 FBL, but it has the usual toning. It's what I would describe as a model toning. I wouldn't call it attractive, okay? The coin on the right is just a spectacular, brilliant specimen. Just off the charts. This is my guarantee to you, that the Mint State or proof Franklin you have acquired truly represents the highest standard for the grade. This exclusive breakthrough, leading-edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. Again, my long-term goal, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for this series. Not only has NGC given me this exclusive use of their new proprietary holder, a holder that ensures every Franklin goes through a two-step process for encapsulation. The coin is first graded and certified by NGC, but then it must be reviewed by me, Rick Tamaska, to decide whether it is deserving of the We the People holder or whether it remains in the generic NGC holder. And this is most important. The evolving NGC We the People population numbers will illustrate how truly rare the finest Franklin half dollars are in their respective grades. For some dates and grades, only 5 to 10% of the current certified PCGS and NGC population numbers might pass my scrutiny and qualify for We the People encapsulation. In closing, there are two additional bonuses for you. Bonus number one, and this is really big. NGC will have an independent, separate census report, distinct from the generic Franklins, for Franklins in the exclusive We the People holder. And you can look it up there. There's the website address. If you want to look up the latest populations for any of those coins you see there, including half dollars. And then there's bonus number two, a second bonus. NGC will also have an independent, separate collector registry devoted only to those Franklin half dollars in the premium We the People holder, folks. And again, you've got the website address there. You get all this, folks, you get the best of the best. A coin that's received the strictest scrutiny, a coin you know is truly premium for the grade, and a Franklin that may be 10 to 20 times rarer than the more generic quality examples for the date and grade. In closing, folks, you know, when I wrote my first book, it was a labor of love. If I had calculated the time I put in and the resulting sales I got from that book, I think I was probably been working for about 10 or 20 cents an hour. But that wasn't the point. The point was that I felt I had something really extraordinary to offer other collectors out there. I believed in the coins, and that's why I wrote the book. It's the same thing with the We the People Franklin holder, folks. We're finally at that point in time. This is the perfect time. And NGC has given me this kind of control where I can go through all these Franklins and say, no, 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 this one doesn't make it, this one doesn't make it. Yes, this one makes it. This one goes into the We the People holder. To put a set like this that you see here together in Proof 68 is so challenging. To meet the We the People standards, it's so much easier for me to assemble a beautiful set of American silver dollars, American silver eagles, in MS69 or Proof 69. They are so much easier to locate in top quality condition. I could assemble 500 of those sets for the time it takes me to assemble one of these Franklin sets in Proof 68. Again, folks, the entire 8-coin set in 6/8 is only $1,295. That's only about $161 a coin in Proof 68, one grade from the highest, the entire 8-coin set. And I haven't even addressed the difficulty of the Proof 69s. Proof 69, the highest grade for this early era in U.S. proof making. The ultimate grade. There are no 70s. The ultimate Proof 69 set, $5,995. We have a very, very limited number of these sets in 6/9, a limited number of 6/8s, but a very limited number of sets in 6/9, folks. They're only $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Remember, with either set, you get the hardcover limited edition. You get a copy of this booklet. I didn't show you the last 2 pages in the booklet. There's many other things in there as well. There's charts. There's all kinds of charts. There's a feature talking about the Future Encyclopedia. Here's on the back inside cover a picture of a beautiful 1950 in a We the People holder. On the very back cover, the finest known 1953 MS66 plus FBL, folks. Finest known, key date in the series in full bell line condition. You get it all. This, to me, is the greatest half-dollar series when you're talking about United States proof coins struck in the 20th century. For this kind of price, you get so much bang for your numismatic dollar, such a superior set with the best possible pedigree. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're able to get at least one of these sets. Thanks for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. The We the People holder is, I believe, the most important advance in independent third-party grading for the benefit of the collector over the last 20 years. Because the We the People holder represents my effort to pass on to you the very, very finest proof and mint state Franklins for the grade. What I am able to do when it comes to this new We the People holder is to observe and inspect every single Franklin in both PCGS and NGC holders that come my way. And if I don't think it is a real premium example for the date and grade, I leave it in the generic holder. If, however, I come across an example that I say, this is extraordinary, this is really special, I send it to NGC and it goes into their exclusive premium We the People holder. Now these coins, again, this is my attempt, folks. I've written a lot of books over the years. I've written many articles to various magazines. And I'm working on an encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's going to be something of this dimension, but that's about a year off. So in the meantime, I've written this really great informational booklet that talks all about the Franklin We the People holder. And it talks about the fact that what you get is, again, is a premium coin for the date and grade. So for example, on the cover, you see a toned Franklin. But it's not your typical toned Franklin. Your typical toned Franklin, folks, is kind of ugly. They're usually gray, speckly, darkly toned. They're not attractive. Here is a beautiful, multicolored, almost a rainbow-toned 57D, just with gorgeous bright greens and purples covering the obverse and reverse. And then you see this beautiful, beautiful Ultra Cameo Franklin, just really high-end. This is both extraordinary specimens. And then when you go inside, I talk about brilliant Franklins. And I compare a regular brilliant Franklin in Proof 67 to a We the People Franklin. And here's your typical generic, let's call it generic Franklin, and usually the fields have some hazy toning. They have suffered through many decades of poor storage. And as a result, the mirrored fields of the coins often become somewhat cloudy, which detracts from the eye appeal and the quality of the coin. On the other hand, you take a look at this 1950. it looks as pristine and haze-free as the day it was struck 70 years ago. That's we the people quality, folks. And that is what I want to pass on. But at this point, folks, again, I'm coming out with a couple more books, but I think one of the greatest contributions I can make to numismatics for collectors is to really focus on these finest Franklins and Kennedy half dollars in this exclusive kind of holder where you know you've gotten a coin that's been personally inspected by yours truly, that represents the best for the date and the grade. You see, it's really important to understand that while NGC and PCGS are great grading services, they provide a tremendous service for the collector. At the same time, they're in the business to grade coins. And they need to grade a lot of coins as accurately as humanly possible in order to stay in business. My goal, however, is different. I don't have the same long-term goal as PCGS and NGC. My goal is to pass on to you those finest examples from the series that I have specialized in for these decades. And that's what you're getting with the We the People holder. And today I've got really what I regard as one of the most undervalued proof half dollars of the 20th century. It's the 1956 Type 1 Franklin half dollar. Every example I have is currently on display that qualified for We the People. Again, I look at literally thousands of certified NGC and PCGS Franklin half dollars every month. In some cases, be 1 in 20 coins for some dates that make the We the People standard. And here you've got a 1956 Type 1, folks. First of all, the mintage of this coin was so extraordinarily low. The population charts showing the number of coins, first of all, that have been certified in We the People holders. On the columns on the left, you see there in proof 67, proof 68, and proof 69, and some Franklins don't even exist in proof 69, and only a few examples in 68. And then you see the proof mintages for those years, and you see the mid-state mintages. And you look down at the proof mintages, and what's the one mintage that really stands out? It's the 1956 Type 1. Estimated total mintage around 25,000 coins. Total mintage. And this was back in 1956, folks. Now, nowadays, you can get a coin, for example, there's American Silver Eagle that just came out with a mintage of around 30,000. And they were selling them for around $3,000 a piece. But the thing is, virtually every one of those coins has been preserved in absolutely pristine condition. They come encapsulated in hard plastic holders. They're going to grade either proof 69 or proof 70. So you know you're going to have a population of tens of thousands that are going to grade proof 69 or proof 70 because of the modern technology, the modern packaging. These 1956s, folks, came in flat packs. And I've got one over here. This happens to be a 1958 flat pack, and they use the same kind of flat packs for 1956, where they came in these envelopes. They were cellophane envelopes, and you can see how this 58, in this case, is badly spotted. The packaging was very, very poor. So you had this very poor packaging. A lot of the coins developed unattractive toning, very badly hairlined. And then you had this mintage of only 25,000 coins. Well, why did they only strike 25,000 coins? The 56 is Type 1 is called the Type 1 because it uses the reverse design that was used on the very first proof Franklin struck from 1950 through 1955. That eagle on the left is the design that was used for those early proof Franklins. And a few things you can easily note. First of all, the neck feathers. There is no articulation in the neck feathers or the leg feathers, and you can't really see any wing feathers. They completely redesigned the Eagle early in 1956, in January of 1956, where now you can see articulation of the neck feathers, the leg feathers, you can see all the wing feathers, and also most notably, whereas on the Eagle's right wing there at the bottom you see 3 prominent wing feathers, on the Type 1 you'll see 4 prominent wing feathers. So it's a major redesign of the reverse of the coin. And this redesign took place early in 1956. The vast majority of 1956 proof Franklins are the Type 2 variety. There are no official mint records of how many 1956s were struck with the Type 1 reverse. Just as there are no official mint records of how many 1879S Morgans were struck with the reverse of 78. There are no official mint records. All I have been able to do, after again working in the trenches looking at literally millions of proof Franklins, the total mintage for all the proof Franklins is a little under 16 million coins for the entire series. I've looked at millions of them, folks. And I've looked at hundreds of thousands of 1956s, and the total 1956 mintage is around 670,000 proof coins. So I've looked at a sizable percentage of all of those proof 1956s. And what I've come up with is that just a couple percent, 2-3%, are of the Type 1 variety, which equates to about 25,000 coins. That's it. And what I have today are a handful of examples in proof 67, proof 68, and proof 69. And this has got to be a shorter presentation because this is my entire inventory that qualified for the We the People standard. This is it, folks. The coins on the bottom are proof 67s. Coins in the middle row are proof 68s. And the coins on the top are proof 69s. When you have a total mintage of about 25,000, that was the total original mintage. A lot of those coins were melted down in 1979, 1980, 1981. When silver was hitting around $45, $50 an ounce, there were dealers who were cutting out Franklin half dollars out of proof sets and sending them to the smelters to melt them down for their silver value. They had no idea back then of what the Type 1 Franklin was. The Type 1 Franklin came into collector consciousness when my first book came out, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, where I had pictures of the Type 1 and the Type 2 so that collectors could see the obvious difference between the two varieties. And at that point, PCGS and NGC recognized the Type 1 and the Type 2 being two important distinct varieties. So to complete a Franklin set in proof condition, you need both the Type 1 and the Type 2. Now, even the lowest examples, here's one that's in a proof 63 grade, top rated seller, it's about $300. And proof 63 is a very low grade for a 56 Type 1. Here's another one though, folks. It's not even gradable. It's just a genuine example. It could be a proof 65, could be a proof 64, could be a proof 67, $1,995. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, hundreds of happy customers. You know, we just don't pull a comp from some dealer who's got, you know, a feedback of 3 or 4 customers. This is 100% positive feedback, a lot of happy customers, $2,000 for a coin that's not even graded or gradable. It might have been lightly cleaned. Now, you take a look at the quantity of coins that I have had certified in the We the People holder of the 56 Type 1. I have the most extensive inventory of the finest Franklin half dollars in the country. Every one that comes across my desk that I think is exceptional, I buy. And I get to see a lot of Franklins every month from dealers across the country, collectors across the country, thousands and thousands of them. There's very few, though, that I buy nowadays because I frankly don't feel they make the We the People standard. So here we are. You look at the population that I have total. All the 56 Type 1s I've been able to get certified, and this is my inventory that I've accumulated over many years. A total of 41 examples graded in Proof 67, 37 in Proof 68, and 14 in Proof 69. 14 coins, folks. 14 coins. Again, what I have in stock at this moment, most of those were sold. What I have left is what you see on display today. Here's the great part. I have them at a great collector-friendly price for you. Here you have one of the most undervalued proof half dollars of the 20th century, probably in all of United States coinage, in the finest possible conditions. I've got the Proof 67s, folks. They're only $595 a coin. 41 certified in We the People Proof 67. 41. $595 a coin. Look at this coin. Absolutely flawless to the eye. The only way you're going to find the tiniest little hairline is to crack it out of the holder, study it under a high magnification, and you might find a tiny little hairline here or there, and that's why it's a Proof 67. The fields are as clear and pristine as the day it was struck over 60 years ago, folks. And it's only $595 for this extraordinary rarity. Folks, this coin has such a low mintage, such tremendous absolute rarity. And then we get to the Proof 68s. 7 coins in Proof 68. 1956, Type 1, Franklin half dollar. Every example I have is currently on display that qualified for We the People. Now, the vast majority of 1956 Proof Franklins are the Type 2 variety. Just a couple percent, 2-3%, are of the Type 1 variety, which equates to about 25,000 coins. Coins in the middle row are Proof 68s, $1,295. For a gorgeous, gorgeous. Look at this coin. It's hard to believe a coin could survive over 60 years old, this pristine, spot-free, pristine, flawless to the human eye. And then the top of the line. The highest grade any Franklin has ever received is Proof 69. There are no Proof 70s from this early era, folks. There are no Proof 70s. 69 is ultimate. This is an earlier era when they were striking coins at the Philadelphia Mint. The technology back then was not the advanced technology they have today. It would be so much easier for me to stand up here and offer you the latest American Silver Eagle, like the Silver Eagle that came out with, they had a low mintage of 30,000 coins. And, you know, we're selling them for $2,500, $3,000 a coin. That's where the market is for the coins. And they're great coins in tremendous demand. But for me to locate a coin like this is so much more challenging and so much more difficult. But that's why I know it represents such a fabulous opportunity for you, because of the difficulty factor, the challenge. You're getting a coin from this early era, when proof making was really basically unchanged from the way they made proofs in the 1800s, folks. At the old Philadelphia Mint, in the highest grade of Proof 69, only 14 certified. 14 certified in the We the People holder. 9 have been sold. These are the 5 remaining examples I currently have. I hope to get a couple more sometime in the next several months. There are just so few of these coins that meet that standard, and I've got the coins for only $2,795. And if you want to get the coin, but you can't afford the entire $27.95 today, there is the 2 payment option. Just put half down today of $1,397.50 and the balance in 30 days of $1,397.50, and you'll own one of the highest graded Type 1 1956 Franklins, the lowest mintage Franklin that you can acquire that is in the complete Franklin registry set. And I'm including this booklet I spent about 6 weeks working on, folks, that talks all about the Franklin in the We the People holder. Do you want the best? The Franklin We the People holder is about your collecting future. Most importantly, folks, at the very bottom there, where I talk about the future, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. A coin that's not only been inspected by NGC to meet their standards for quality, but then must pass my eye. And my eye is most critical because this is my series. This is a series I've written books on. I've spent most of my adult life writing about. So I'm extremely particular about the Franklins that go into the We the People holder. You're getting the best of the best, folks, the gold standard, at a great, great price. Thank you for watching this presentation on this really, really special key date, Franklin half dollar, the 1956 proof Type 1. Thank you. Miles, do you know what I was so thrilled about back in 1992? After all these years when you're buying proof coins from this 1971 for decades, all the coins were clad. They had taken all the silver out.
Right.
Remember that? It felt like such a loss. And then in 1992, the Mint decided to reinstitute the 90% silver half dollar, quarter, and dime in their proof sets.
Exactly. And superb quality.
At the very first assess, it was such an obvious difference because that snow white cameo and that silver was so different and beautiful compared to the clad, which
Well,
was
it
kind
just
of
shows up snowy white compared to more of a darker gray satiny look, and not as precise and not as stark.
No, definitely not. And the coins were struck in limited quantity, folks. Take a look here. What we have today are the silver-proof Kennedys from the statehood quarter era. In other words, the silver-proof Kennedy struck from 1999, which was the first year of the statehood quarter series, to 2008, which was the last year of the statehood quarter series.
So you have 10 years of silver state proof sets.
That's right.
Then you have the silver Kennedys, and these are each individual coin that came from each individual year of the state quarter program from 1999 to 2008.
Now, folks, we've got an option for you here. This is going to be a short presentation because while I have almost 30 of the sets in 6.9, I only have 7 of the sets in 70 condition. It's really difficult. You guys, NGC is really strict when it comes to the 70 grade. And I'm sure, Miles, as a verifier over all the decades, there were a lot of times when the graders would hand you a coin that they graded 70, and as the finalizer, as the verifier, you would look at it and say, no, guys, I'm sorry, this is not a 70, and you would kick it back out.
It's human nature to always find something wrong.
Yeah.
And that's why coins fall out of those holders and they go down to 69 from 70. So, you know what? We try to have the quality be consistent and precise, and keep the coins beautiful for collectors to like.
Exactly, yeah. Folks, these are incredibly elusive. To get one of these coins, I mean...
And you've got a couple of good offers here. You've got them both in 69 sets and 70 sets.
Every one of these, again, folks, I review everyone before I even submit it to NGC. That's why it has my ECC seal, because again, I review these, and you can see beautiful 90% silver Kennedy half dollars during the statehood quarter era from 1999 through 2008. The grading fees alone, again, if you're going to try to do this set yourself, you'd find that the grading fee is $20. There's a handling fee of $10. They're going to ship the coin back to your registered mail, which is $24. The cost of the coin, some of these silver issues, folks, Kennedy half dollars are $30, $40, $50 just for the coin ungraded. So if you try to do it on your own, for a 6/9 set would end up costing you well over $1,000. And then we have these same sets in 70. And very importantly, they struck a lot fewer of the silver sets than they did the clad sets. The silver sets are very, very low mintage. And look at these 70s. Absolutely flawless. Flawless under higher magnification, and that, I understand, is the standard, where they take a coin, and if it looks flawless under normal grading conditions, they then review it under higher...
Well, no more than 5 power magnification to find anything wrong with it.
Exactly.
And these coins have been deemed not to, and that's why they make the 70 grade, and they make it through the verification process, and they get shipped back to the owners.
And you can see for most of those years, they struck fewer than 1 million examples. That's the total mintages, folks. Now, we've got these sets today, the 6/9 sets, okay? The 10 coin set. The entire set, folks, is only $479. That's $47.90 a coin for the 10 coin set. $479 for the set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. They're all going to be graded by NGC in the state-of-the-art NGC holders. With my ECC seal, I've reviewed every one of these before they get submitted to NGC.
Ultimately, Rick, they've been double verified.
That's
NGC
exactly.
has verified them in their final state.
That's right.
And you've approved them for your
I'm
customers.
really picky when it comes to proof coins for my clients. Extreme, I want my clients to have the best. Now we get to the 70s. You know, folks, now is the time for the 70 sets, because I was not involved in the 70s back when they first came out some 15 years ago, because the coins were going for moon money. I mean, here's some auction prices, folks, and these were for clad Kennedys with higher mintages. A 2000 that sold in auction for over $1,200, just the one coin. And here's one, a 2001, that sold for $1,725 for the one coin. Here's a 2002 that sold for $977. A 2003 clad that sold for over $2,500. This is a price realized. You know, I was not involved in the 70s at that point in time. I just thought the prices were too high for what you were getting.
Well, the prices, you know what, the prices make it very collectible. You've set it so that you know, somebody can get a nice 10 coin set in 69 or a 10 coin set in 70.
Yes.
Get a wonderful package of coins in the mail of a great Kennedys. And you know, there's so many, you know, you have so many collectors of Kennedys around the world, and on your television show, Rare Collectibles Television, that want to collect Kennedys. These are all the silvers from 1999 to 2008.
Exactly, and this is the great time, folks. You know, at $300 a coin, this set would be $3,000. which would be a much, much better price than you would have had to pay, say, 10 years ago.
Exactly.
$29.95 would be a great price. $19.95 would be an even better price.
But you've got a fantastic price.
I've got a
today.
fantastic price. We only have 7 of these sets, but we have the entire set, folks, for $1,095. $109.50 a coin. Folks, now is the time to build an incredible ultimate proof Kennedy collection. Because now I have a limited number of these sets. Limited number of these sets in NGC Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the finest possible condition and grade, for $109.50 a coin. In other words, the entire 10-coin Statehood Series set for $1,095. I only have 7 of these sets assembled at this point in time. It's really difficult putting this set together, especially the 1999.
You know,
I have a hard time getting that coin.
You know, in the history of the U.S. Mint, there's only going to be one state quarter program.
Yes.
And these are going to be the largest size coins issued in those state quarter program.
That's right, yeah.
And they'll be the only silver Kennedy half dollars from that program, period.
They're going to incredible demand for these. The Kennedy half dollar series. When you look on the NGC registry, Miles, and you look at all the collectors who have sets entered in the registry in the half dollar series, I mean, there's a lot of collectors with Walker sets. But the Franklin and Kennedy sets have by far the most collectors with their sets on the registry.
And especially the Kennedy. It's a global coin.
Yes.
His presidency of Camelot was very global.
Yeah.
You know, I know collectors in South America. I know collectors in Europe, and I know collectors in Asia that collect John F. Kennedy half dollars simply because of his presidency and what he meant at the time.
I remember when he was in Germany. What was it? Ich bin ein Berliner.
That's it.
Yeah. John, that famous moment in time when he visited Germany. We have the set for you today, folks. Again, a short presentation. We have these sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo for only $47.90 a coin. $479 for the 10-coin set. Again, reviewed by myself and then submitted to NGC in the state-of-the-art NGC holders. These are, again, the Smithsonian holders. The same kind of state-of-the-art holders that the Smithsonian uses to house their own collection, the greatest coin collection in the world. And here you're getting the greatest Kennedy set in the world, highest possible condition and grade, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, for only $109.50 a coin. Now $1,095 for the entire 10-coin set in the finest known condition.
And these 2 packages are great. You know, as a collector, you can get a 69
Great
set
place
of
to start.
69 set of 10 coins. Great for any collection.
Yeah,
If you want to step up, spend a little bit more money, buy the 70s, you can get that set at a little bit more money. But either way, these coins are a one-time happening in American history. And over 227 years of the U.S. Mint.
That's right.
That these coins are made, period. That's it. They're not going to happen again. There's not going to be another state quarter program again.
That's exactly right. Because people talk about investing in bullion, for example.
Right.
And the point I always try to make is that, you know, gold and silver, there's always gold and silver reserves out there. There's a lot of mines, though, that aren't operating right now that are closed because of the low price of silver. Right. But as soon as silver spikes, it becomes worthwhile to reopen those mines, and all of a sudden there's this greater supply of silver that comes onto the market. That doesn't happen with these. What struck is all there is.
No, that's it.
That's it.
Like I said, in 227 years in the history of the Mint, there's only been one state quarter program, like I said. These are the only Kennedys, one of the most popular presidents in American history on a coin, one of the most heavily collected amongst beginning collectors, would I say novice collectors or advanced collectors. The global thirst for Kennedy and his coinage will always remain popular.
Folks, get them now. 10-coin Statehood Series set, Kennedy half dollars, 1999 to 2008. The silver issues, not the clad, the lower mintage silver issues, 69 Ultra Cameo, only $479. But then the ultimate set, the same years for only $1,095. We've got a lot of people calling in. Got to cut it right here because, again, I only had a limited number of these sets in 70. from Miles and I. Miles, thank you so much. This has been a thrill to be able to do this presentation with you. Thanks for watching, folks, but please stay tuned. We do have another great United States coin presentation coming right up.
Silver Eagle is the undisputed king of collectible coins right now. Every time a new Silver Eagle is released, millions of collectors rush out to get one. It's why low mintage coins like the 1995W Proof or the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof command such incredible premiums, because the demand is so high and the supply is so small. Now, in 2020, we have this special edition American Silver Eagle, struck to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. A first release with a minuscule mintage of just 75,000 coins, this ASE easily ranks among the rarest coins in the entire series. So many people were trying to get this stunning coin that it actually crashed the US Mint's website from the sheer number of people visiting it. In just a couple hours, the Mint completely sold out of these coins. And let me tell you, these are not easy to find. Now, one of the main reasons this coin is so popular right now is its special commemorative nature. This coin was struck to celebrate the end of 6 years of grueling war and memorialize all those who were lost during those years. This coin has special meaning to me personally because my grandfather, Howard Enders, served in the Army during World War II. And as some of you might know, Grandpa Howie was the person who introduced me to numismatics as a child, and we always had a really, really close bond. And he volunteered for service. He was stationed in Belgium and France during the Battle of the Bulge, and he never really spoke much about his experience over there during the war, but he was very proud of his service. So to pay tribute to all the heroes like my grandfather, and to the many others who actually made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, the Mint struck the very first American Silver Eagle with a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark on a coin, similar to a mint mark. And in this case, it has the letter V for victory and the number 75 to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, we've seen different finishes, proofs, reverse proofs, but this is the first Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark. This is a coin that is already going down as one of the most desirable American Silver Eagles ever struck. Now, let's go all the way back to the 1980s. At that time, one of the issues was what to do with the Defense National Stockpile. The stockpile stores and secures raw materials like tin, zinc, iridium, platinum, and other valuable resources that might be needed for a war effort if ever that came. Now, for a long time, however, presidents had been wanting to sell off the silver in the Defense National Stockpile since we produce so much of it here in the US, and there wasn't really a need to hoard it. However, there was a lot of opposition to this plan because if they dumped all this silver into the market, it would exceed the demand and cause prices to fall and harm the silver mining industry. Eventually, it was decided that if they sold the silver in the form of bullion coinage, which people could use as investments, it wouldn't impact the silver industry. Now, at the time, they weren't even considering the collectible value of this coin. So we're pretty lucky as collectors that they decided to use such a beautiful design. On July 9th, 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act into law, beginning the American Silver Eagle series the very next year. The first Silver Eagle was struck in San Francisco on October 29th, 1986. And since then, it has become one of the most popular coins ever. For over 34 years, the Silver Eagle has been one of the best ways for Americans to safely purchase silver mined here in the United States, as well as giving collectors like us an incredible coin to pursue. When you get into all the different strikes and finishes they've added to the Silver Eagle, the proofs, the reverse proofs, burnished, enhanced finishes, you've got a coin series with so many options, makes it really fun and really challenging to collect. Now today, the American Silver Eagle is easily the most popular coin in America and around the world, even exceeding the famous Morgan dollar. I mean, that's how popular this coin is today. With everything that's happened in 2020, it's almost easy to forget that it was the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, after 6 years of conflict, the war finally came to an official conclusion on the deck of the USS Missouri battleship on September 2nd, 1945. Since then, we've done everything we can to remember that conflict and make sure that war on that scale never occurs again. We also want to memorialize and celebrate those who fought and sacrificed for our safety and our freedom. And the Mint did it perfectly with these gorgeous proof Silver Eagles. These Silver Eagles are proof issues. So they're struck using the state-of-the-art technology for coin production. The Mint strikes these coins individually, and there is just so much effort and cost that goes into making them. The blanks that these coins are struck from have to be polished by hand and chemically treated to ensure that they're clean and ready for minting. Every coin is struck twice during the minting process to make sure that the devices are just razor sharp. Now, all this effort pays off because you get these stunning coins with every little detail of the coin's design fully struck. You can see all of the details in the pattern of Lady Liberty's dress on the obverse. I mean, proof coins are extremely popular among collectors because of their rarity and incredible eye appeal that comes with their ultra cameo surfaces with these mirrored fields and those gorgeous frosted devices. This coin takes it to a whole nother level. It's the first Silver Eagle to ever have a privy mark, and it's one of the rarest. I mean, this is actually one of the first U.S. coins with a privy mark. It's only been used on a very small handful of coins before this. It was used on some platinum coins and a couple of quarters. It's never been used on a Silver Eagle. It's never been used on a silver coin. I mean, this is a big, big deal, but especially on a Silver Eagle, the most popular coin in the world. Now, of course, a big part of why the Silver Eagle is so popular among collectors is because of the artistic beauty of its design. On the obverse, you have that classic walking Liberty, which was originally used on the half dollar starting all the way back from 1916 up until 1947. This design was created by Adolph Weinman. Weinman was a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. You know, these guys are some of the greatest artists in American history. So Adolph Weinman created this design on the obverse, and it's remembered as being a coin ahead of its time. The obverse showcases a glorious full-body rendition of Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag. She strides forward toward the rising sun of a new day with an outstretched arm that beckons in hope and freedom. It's just a truly stunning coin design, an inspiration, a guiding light. It's almost as if this design was struck specifically to help us through difficult times, much like the times right now that we're going through. Remember, this coin was used originally on the half dollar during World War I, during the Great Depression, and World War II. Some of the most challenging ordeals our country has ever endured. But when you look at this design of Lady Liberty striding towards the new day, you just can't help but feel a little uplifted. You know, it's as if it's just reminding us that a new day will come. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the day, the Mint had a hard time striking this Walking Liberty design on the half dollar, and most issues were weakly struck, lacking a lot of the detail. That's why it's so great for us as collectors that when John Mercanti adapted the design for the Silver Eagle, he was able to fully realize Weinman's work with new technology and new techniques that saw every last detail fully and beautifully struck as it deserved to be. Now, one of the most important features of this particular coin is that it is the first American Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark or a symbol that was traditionally used to identify the mint or some other aspect of the coin's origin. You know, the mint master, or like almost like a maker's mark on antique silverware. And this was done to prevent counterfeiting. Here in the US, we usually don't use privy marks, and we rely on other elements to prevent counterfeits, but they are popular in other countries like Great Britain and Australia. Now, if you look at the obverse, you can see this oval with the inscription V75 inside of it for the 75th anniversary of our victory in World War II. This oval, you can see it's not exactly oval, has a little indentation to it there, is actually directly modeled after the Rainbow Pool in West Potomac Park in Washington, D.C., which is part of the World War II Memorial in the District of Columbia, which is dedicated to every American that made the ultimate sacrifice. This is the very first American Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark, which is why this particular coin is so incredibly popular among collectors. When we turn this coin over, you get to see that gorgeous reverse designed by John Mercanti. As the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Mercanti produced over 100 different coin and metal designs, and his work is considered some of the best ever produced. The reverse he designed here captures all of the classic elements of American coinage. You've got that majestic bald eagle with its wings outstretched, the olive branch and arrows in its talons, the shield protecting its chest, and of course our motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. When you look at the reverse, you can see every tiny little detail, from the patterns in the eagle's feathers to the creases in the leaves on the olive branch. It is a testament, not just to Mercanti's craftsmanship, but to the precision and the engineering of the technology used to strike these coins. This is a piece of art that could go in a museum, but it fits in your pocket. One reason why the coins we have for you today are so great is that these coins have John Mercanti's signature on the label. And this isn't a facsimile, it's not a reproduction. And every single one of these coins that you see with me here has his signature. You look at that label and you see this piece of art depicting Ronald Reagan. Now, Reagan, as I said earlier, was the one who signed the Liberty Coin Act into law and initiated the American Eagle program. And the piece of art that we have here is a way to pay tribute to him. This pop art label is actually based off of a bas-relief sculpture of Reagan that was created by none other than John Mercanti himself, meaning that even the label for this coin is a work of art. Now, when I have a nice work of art, I want a nice frame that accentuates it, and I want it signed by the artist. And for me, there's no better way to do this for the American Silver Eagle than with one of our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. If you look at that label, you also see the first release pedigree that NGC has given this coin. This coin comes from the very first release. It's only given this designation if it's received by NGC in the first 30 days of issue. And don't forget, this coin has one of the lowest mintages in the entire series. Just 75,000 of these coins were struck by the US Mint, making it the third lowest in history. That is remarkable when you consider there's over 90 coins in this series. If you purchase one of these 2020W 75th anniversary Silver Eagles, one of the keys to the entire series, you'll also receive a complimentary book at no additional charge. This is American Silver Eagles, a guide to the U.S. bullion coin program. It's written by John Mercanti himself with Miles Standish, the renowned coin expert and vice president of NGC. This book is a full guide to the history of the American Silver Eagle series, and it goes deep into the historical and technical aspects of these coins. Now, also included in this offer is a Rare Collectibles TV exclusive baseball-style trading card dedicated to and signed by John Mercanti. This is also included in the offer at no additional charge and is only available through Rare Collectibles TV. This card features all the facts and figures about John Mercanti, such as his date of birth, how many coins he designed for the mint, how long he worked as an engraver, and it also features John Mercanti's signature as well. This is a $29 value, and it's included at no additional charge when you purchase one of these Silver Eagles. If you follow numismatic news at all, then you'll know that the Mercanti reverse will be getting phased out in 2021 with a new design for the reverse. This means that there may be fewer and fewer opportunities to acquire Silver Eagles with this stunning John Mercanti heraldic eagle design on the reverse. If I could add just one American Silver Eagle to my collection, this first release 2020W end of World War II example would be a very strong contender. The only two rare coins in the entire series, the 1995W and the 2019S enhanced reverse proof, would cost multiple times more than what this coin is today, making this a great value. Let me show you here. First off, that 1995W. This proof coin, second lowest mintage in the series. Notoriously rare key date coin. For a long time, Silver Eagle collectors have been just going nuts looking for this coin. When the first 1995W coins were graded, proof 70, collectors just started going crazy. They weren't really grading modern coins at that time. So when they started grading these earlier issue proof Silver Eagles, there were so few 70s, collectors were going nuts. Here's one that sold for $86,000. Since then, they've leveled off a little bit, but still, here's one, $40,000. $50,000. I mean, these are coins that regularly sell for upwards of $30,000 a coin, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a 95W in proof 70 is not unusual. Now, here's that 2019S. Just came out a little over a year ago. Took the crown as the lowest mintage Silver Eagle. Here's one someone is asking almost $95,000. This one happens to have the signature of the mint director, but still, $95,000 for a coin, the lowest mintage in this series, just to show you how popular this series is. What people are willing to pay for these type of coins, what these coins go for these highest, most sought after coins, these low mintage key dates in the series. Here's another 2019 S. This one they're asking almost $12,000. Here's one, $5,000. I don't think this one's even graded. $5,000 for this enhanced reverse proof. Here we go, $6,000 for a proof 70. I mean, these are the same grade of the coin we have here today, proof 70. These are the number 1 and number 2 lowest mintage in the series. The coin we have here today is the 3rd lowest mintage, right behind these 2 coins. 3rd lowest mintage, one of the major key dates to the most popular coin series in the world. These are a fraction of what you have to pay for these other coins, these other key dates of the series. This is a great opportunity. Right now, you can purchase this historic American Silver Eagle commemorating the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II for just $1,495. If you prefer to split up that cost, we also have a 2-payment plan for only $747.50. When you make that first payment, your coin goes in our vault and you can pay the other half in 30 days and receive your 2020 W with the Privy Mark. And let's not forget, this is a proof coin. This is a state-of-the-art coin, and it displays the highest possible quality that the mint can produce with modern technology. Proof coins are only struck in limited quantities due to the labor involved in the production. These coins are, they require specially polished dies to strike them. They're sorted individually. These are coins treated with the utmost care and respect to ensure they're in the best possible condition. But even with all of that care, the majority of these coins will never be certified as being perfect. But the examples we offer here today are all graded a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, or NGC. You can look at these coins under 5 times magnification and you still won't find an imperfection. These coins are flawless. And don't forget, these coins are in our exclusive NGC-signed Reagan label, and you get the John Mercanti autographed trading card and the American Silver Eagle book included as a bonus, free of charge. Now, throughout the show, I've mentioned that these coins are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. If you're new to collecting, coins are graded using what's known as the Sheldon grading scale to determine their quality. On this scale, 1 means that the coin is so worn down that you can barely tell what kind of coin it is. A score of 70, on the other hand, is the highest grade possible. And that means that the coin is absolutely perfect, flawless. Now, one of the great things about collecting American Silver Eagles, unlike classic era coins like Morgan dollars, is that in the modern era, you can actually build a collection of coins graded in a perfect Proof 70, if you have the patience and the desire to do so. It's still a lot of work, but it can be done. If you look back to classic coins like the Morgan dollar or the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, mint state 70 examples don't even exist. The technology just wasn't there yet to produce flawless coins back in those days. Now, on top of these 2020 W Silver Eagles having a perfect grade, these are proof coins. These are not coins struck for circulation or, to be used for change, or they're not coins struck for bullion purposes like the normal mint state Silver Eagles. These are proof coins, which are much more difficult to produce than bullion coins or circulation strike coins. The blanks need to be treated, polished, cleaned to ensure that the strike is high quality, and the dies have to be specially polished as well to get that gorgeous frosting that you see on the devices. And all that effort pays off, though, as you get these stunning examples like the ones you see now. That cameo contrast between the fields and the devices just means that these coins just pop. They grab your attention from across the room like a good piece of art. It's not very often that the Mint institutes a hard limit of how many Silver Eagles get struck in a particular mintage. But for this coin, we have a confirmed mintage of just 75,000 examples of this coin struck to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. These coins are an incredible rarity, but that's not all. NGC has recently confirmed that they are going to assign a separate category for Silver Eagles with the Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, making the population for these prestigious coins even more exclusive. You know, there's so much demand for this coin, even in an ungraded state, that the US Mint's webpage for this coin crashed from the sheer amount of visitors that it had. People are going insane trying to find this coin. People are going nuts. The website crashed, and it is just one of the rarest Silver Eagles, like I said. Let me show you for a second, just to get, you know, I've said it a few times that this is the third lowest mintage in the series. This is a pretty big series. Here's the entire Silver Eagle series, all the different versions. The regular uncirculated version, also known as the mint state or the bullion version. You see a typical strike for the uncirculated coins well into the millions. You know, at the top of the chart, you see several issues over 40 million, over 30 million. Even by the bottom of this page, we get down here, they start to get much lower mintages here. I'm sure there's got to be at least 5 million Silver Eagle collectors in the country. But you see here, we're getting down to coins with mintages of only about 5 million coins. We get to page 2 here. We start to get to some lower mintages again. Here's the 1986, first year of the series, that uncirculated or bullion issue, about 5 million coins struck. Now we start coming down here and we start seeing some of these proof issues. Like I talked about earlier, because of the amount of work taken to strike these coins, it's just so much more difficult. The Mint makes much lower numbers of these coins specifically for collectors. And you can see almost all of those coins are struck in very limited quantities. Just about all of them, except for 2 issues, were struck under 1 million coins. We get down here, only about 500,000 coins struck for some of these dates in the, you know, in the 80s and early 2000s. And then we get to page 3. Here's the last page where you start to see the really rare dates for this series. You see some of these burnished issues, 2008, 2006, some of these proof issues, low mintages. We're getting under 500,000 coins struck. These are some of the rare coins, harder coins to get in this series. 2006 reverse proof, that's a special anniversary coin, only a little less than 250,000 of those coins struck. You've got some of these other burnished reverse proofs, you know, low 200,000. I mean, these are low mintage coins. Then we get down here, under 100,000, some of the rarest coins in the series. 2011 reverse proof, 2011 burnished, and then we see the coin we have here. Only 75,000 coins struck. The only 2 coins in the series that have a lower mintage are that 1995 W proof, which has been a famous, notorious key date, that enhanced reverse proof. This coin only came out, you know, about a year ago, and this coin, look at that, 30,000 coins struck. Those coins already selling for thousands of dollars in proof 70. You know, I showed you some comps earlier, one that sold over $80,000 in proof 70, you know, regularly selling, you know, from $30,000 to $50,000. In the same grade we have here, proof 70 for that coin, multiples above what you can get this coin for today, at only $1,495 for this 2020 W World War II Privy Mark coin. I mean, that just tells me this is a great opportunity to get the 3rd lowest mintage, one of the keys to the series. Now is the time while they're still available. Now, with how much demand there's been for this particular Silver Eagle, I would not be surprised at all if it becomes one of those issues that people hunt after obsessively, just like that 95W or that 2019 S enhanced reverse proof coin that I just was talking about. When you take the American Silver Eagle, the most popular collectible coin series in the world, and you combine it with the historic weight of the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, you end up with this incredible coin with an incredible story behind it. And then when you factor in that it's a first release coin here, these are coins from that first 30 days, although these coins were all sold out the first day, but these coins got out and got released in the first group that was shipped from the mint. They were the first group that got to grading, that first release. And more importantly, there's only 75,000 examples of this coin struck. That's absolute rarity. This coin is rare no matter what condition it's in. But when you have a coin only 75,000 struck from the American Silver Eagle series, it is obvious that this is a coin that will be in demand for years to come. Right now, you can purchase this coin for just $1,495 or 2 payments of only $747.50. And don't forget, every order comes in our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. And you receive the Mercanti Collector's Card, also signed by John Mercanti, and the American Silver Eagles book for no additional charge. With how few coins there are in this vintage, if you're going to buy just one American Silver Eagle, this is absolutely the one. Take advantage of this opportunity, because once we sell out, there's no telling if we'll ever be able to offer these again at this price. I mean, this is just such an amazing opportunity. One of the rarest Silver Eagles ever produced since 1986. 90 coins so far in this series and counting. And you have a coin that's the third lowest mintage. This is a big deal. This is a great opportunity. This is a great price. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you so much. And take care and stay safe.
I have what I would rank as one of the most consequential gold coins ever struck by the U.S. Mint that you could ever hope to own. And I have them at a great, great price for you today. We've got 2 display stands full of these 1932 St. Gaudens $10 Eagles in the extraordinary grade, certified by PCGS in MS 64 condition, among the finest known, folks. We have approximately almost 5% of the entire population of these coins that we just acquired. And like I say, we bought the entire deal and we're passing our good fortune on to you today. This is a most historic coin. Now, the first $10 gold eagles were struck by the United States Mint in 1795, and they were referred to as the capped bust variety. Here's an example of one. This one was struck in 1803, and it was the largest denomination coin struck by the U.S. Mint in those early years. The U.S. Mint struck everything from the half cent to the 1 cent coin, and then they had the half dime, the quarter, half dollar, and dollar. And then in gold, they had the $2.50 gold piece, the $5 gold piece, and the largest gold coin was the $10 gold piece with almost a half an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the Eagle, being the largest denomination. And then in the 1830s, they changed the coin design to what we refer to as the Liberty $10 Eagle. Again, 1830s, this was the largest denomination gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint. And then on December 27th, 1904, then President Theodore Roosevelt decided to write a letter to the Secretary of the Treasury, Shaw. My dear Secretary Shaw, this is one of the most historic letters in all of U.S. numismatics, folks. Short, very short letter. I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Theodore Roosevelt was direct to the point. He didn't pull any punches. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty? Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. Now, Theodore Roosevelt, and by the way, he did not like to be called Teddy, okay? He's one of my favorite presidents. He believed in the American dream, and he fought for it throughout his life, that America is the land of opportunity, and that every American, through hard work and virtuous living, should have the opportunity to improve their lives. Just because one is born poor doesn't mean they have to remain poor. And that was quite a revolutionary concept back in 1900, let alone 1776. Roosevelt was his own man. He is often referred to as the trust buster president for taking on big business in an age where corporate titans like J.P. Morgan had what Theodore Roosevelt believed was an undue amount of influence and control over the American economy through their monopolies. And it was to the detriment of the average American. He was instrumental in establishing our national park system so all Americans could enjoy the natural wonders of our country. And he also believed all Americans should be able to enjoy great art that inspires the soul. And so he wrote this letter to Secretary of Treasury Shaw. For what better way to appreciate and be inspired by great art than through our coinage, with images and symbols and words as daily reminders of who we are and what we strive to become. Now, getting St. Gaudens to agree to redesign our coinage was thought to be impossible, as St. Gaudens had once agreed to design a commemorative coin in 1892, only to have a government bureaucrat redesign his work without St. Gaudens' approval. Understandably, St. Gaudens was furious and swore never to have anything to do with the U.S. Mint again. But Roosevelt would not be denied. He wrote letters to St. Gaudens and letters and more letters. And over time, St. Gaudens came to see that while the two of them had very different professions, they both shared a love of great art. And so in 1906, St. Gaudens agreed to redesign all our coinage. Unfortunately, he was already dying from what turned out to be colon cancer. He was only able to redesign 2 of our coins before he passed away in 1907. The $20 double eagle and the $10 eagle that I have for you today. Many times on our show in the past, folks, we have offered the St. Gaudens double eagle, the $20 gold piece. And they're extremely popular coins. We rarely get to offer the $10 eagle because the $10 eagle is simply a much rarer coin, much more difficult to find, especially in mint state condition. But his $10 eagle, the St. Gaudens $10 eagle, is a classic. It's a coin that, among $10 gold, is probably the most beautiful ever struck by the U.S. Mint. And here you see an example. This is an example struck in 1911. You see the obverse and the reverse of the coin. Roosevelt really insisted on an Indian-type portrait for the obverse and the American eagle with "In God We Trust" on the reverse. Now, the coins we have today, though, are incredibly special. They're dated 1932, these $10 St. Gaudens Indians. The last year the United States Mint struck gold coins of any denomination for commerce was 1933. With the passage of Executive Order 6102 by then President Franklin Roosevelt, In May of 1933, virtually all the gold coins struck that year by the U.S. Mint were melted back into gold bars. So any coin struck after 1933, any gold coin, I mean, there's only one St. Gaudens Double Eagle dated 1933 that is in private hands, and that's worth in the millions of dollars. It sold for about $7 million about 20 years ago. It's probably worth well over that today. There's only a handful of 1933 $10 eagles that were released by the Mint before that executive order. By a handful, I mean several dozen pieces. And folks, because of their extreme rarity, they're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. There you see an example that sold at MS-65 condition for over $800,000. There's one that sold in 6.4 for over $400,000. And here's one that was not even gradable. Surfaces tooled. It means the surfaces have been artificially worked on, enhanced, polished. So it's not even gradable. And it's still sold for $300,000. And this was just last year, okay, for a coin that's not even gradable, a $10 eagle. As I said, what's most important to understand about these coins is the extreme rarity of these compared to the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. Here's the one chart I made that is most instructive, comparing the population of the St. Gaudens $20 Double Eagle to the St. Gaudens $10 Indian. And you could compare the mintages. A lot more Double Eagles were minted than eagles. But then when you look at how few survivors there were in high-grade condition, when you get to the MS-64 grade, there were about 15 times more St. Gaudens certified in MS-64 than Indians. And then when you get to grades higher than that, the ratio is 30, 40, 50 times more. The $10 Indian is extremely rare high-grade condition. That bottom line, 1 in every 500 originally struck survived in MS-64 or higher condition today. These coins are so rare, folks. The 1932 in the Smithsonian is an MS-65. And these that we have today, through some real good fortune, we have an MS-64 for you today. Now, Executive Order 6102 demanded that all gold coins over $100 in total value, ownership over $100 in total value, would become illegal after May of 1933. So anybody holding gold coins beyond that amount had to turn them into the Treasury, where the Treasury then proceeded to melt those coins back down into bullion. And here's the percentage of all the gold coins melted down by the Mint during that decade. And the highest percentage is among the $10 eagles. Almost half of all the eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. This executive order has eliminated gold from our coinage as used for commerce. What was happening during the Great Depression? In the midst of the Great Depression, it was estimated that in 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, there was no FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance, back then to cover you if a bank failed. So imagine if you were a citizen back then with your life savings in a bank account that you had spent 10, 20, 30 years accumulating, your nest egg for your retirement, and going to the bank the next day and the bank is shuttered shut. It had failed. You were wiped out. People were terrified. I mean, I can only imagine putting myself in that position. And so you had a lot of citizens whose banks were still solvent, but who were asking themselves, is my bank going to be next? And so they started pulling their money out of the banks. And with that money, they put it into something that they knew would have some value. They took that paper money and they started buying gold coins. Because gold, throughout human history, I mean, you can go back to Egyptian times, has always had value in all cultures around the world. Gold has always had value. So you had all these citizens buying gold coins. Well, this put additional stress on the banking system. And so, in response, Roosevelt passed this Executive Order 6102 saying the ownership of over $100 worth of gold was illegal. You had to turn it into the Treasury, and in exchange, you got paper money. Well, there were some individuals who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I can't own over $100 worth of gold in this country. However, there's nothing that says I can't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So you had a lot of citizens taking their gold coins in bags and having them shipped to banks in Europe. And this is one of those bags, an actual bag that was in one of those European banks in 1933. In one of those European banks for over 85 years. And they've been sitting there since the 1930s. Now, most of them were double eagles. In this case, this is the first time I've ever seen a couple bags of these 1932 eagles. These coins, folks, should not exist. Again, most of these later gold pieces were melted back down into gold bars. So you had a handful of bags of these 1932 St. Gaudens Indian eagles that have been sitting in these European banks since the early 1930s that had just come out. You take a look at one of these. It is so superb. Folks, here's a coin. Again, this should not exist. So almost blemish-free. Now, this $10 eagle, it's about 10% smaller in diameter than a $50. Okay, so it's slightly smaller than a $50. But it is about 30% heavier than a $50. And I'm talking about the silver $50 struck 1964 and earlier. I'm not talking about the most recent $50 struck in clad metal. Those are lighter, about 10% lighter than the earlier silver $50. These are about 30% heavier than a silver $50. They're heavy coins. And gold is a very soft metal. When you look at one of these coins, the coins were struck for commerce. They weren't struck for collectors. They were struck for commerce. They were ejected from the die into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would go through coin counting machines. They were dumped into bags, shipped on trains to banks throughout the country. So most of them went into circulation. But then with this executive order, there were some bags that had just come out of these banks that had never got into circulation that were shipped to banks in Europe. And they've been residing there ever since. Otherwise, these would be heavily abraded and worn, just like all the other gold coins, or melted down. These are among the finest known. How few bag marks, and they are extremely rare, as you can see by those population numbers. And it's the price that I'm thrilled that we have for you today. That's the price that I'm able to offer them at. You take a look at what these coins have sold for in auction. Here's an example, an MS-64 graded by ANAX. Okay, that's not as highly traded among dealers and collectors as PCGS and NGC. But even that coin sold for over $4,000. And that was in the year 2006. Now, folks, in 2006, gold was around $600 an ounce. And it sold for $4,000. Today, gold is around $1,900 an ounce, more than 3 times what it was around 2006. Here's another example. Same year, $4,300, an MS-64, 2006. Here's one that sold for $6,900, same year, when gold was around $600 an ounce. And here's an MS-63, a lower grade than what we have today, for over $2,700. We were incredibly fortunate. We were first in line when we bought this deal. We bought the finest specimens, every single example that graded MS-64. We have several hundred. The several hundred we have, folks, is all we have. This is truly one of those Halley's Comet once-in-a-lifetime events. This group of 1932 Eagles that came out of the great European Bancord. And we got them at such a great price. This is a coin we could offer for $2,900, and you would be getting a great price. Here we are with gold at over $1,800 an ounce, 3 times more than what gold was selling for back in 2006 when these coins were going for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 in MS-64. $29.95 is a price we could easily sell these at. But again, our philosophy, the key to our success, is that our prices are always based on our cost. And when we get a great deal, that means we pass our good fortune on to you. $24.95 is an even better price. We even got it down to $2,095, and we were going to go in at $2,095. And that was going to be the price. But then at the last minute, I said, you know what? I want to make history on this. I want to make history on this. I want everybody to record this. And so they could play it back 10 years from now. They could say, wow, I can't believe these 1932 $10 Eagles and MS-64 were selling for that price. This is the only time you're going to see this, folks. I said, let's make history. Let's offer it for under $2,200 a coin. I've got them for $21.95, folks. $2,195 a coin. $2,195. I got it below $2,200. Or you could use our 2-payment option, half down today, of $1,097.50, and we'll hold one of these coins for you. For a St. Gaudens Eagle, almost a half ounce of gold, in MS-64 condition, among the finest known. Again, far less than 1% of the total mintage of all the Indian Eagles have survived in the condition you see these coins. These are extraordinary. There's never, in the history of Coin TV, been a group of Eagles, the quality you see here and the quantity we have these coins at. We have several hundred, and several hundred, though, is all we have. Once these are gone, that's it at this price. At $21.95, I wanted to make this an incredibly special opportunity. At $21.95, you are getting all of the good fortune that we got in acquiring these coins being passed on to you today. I hope you can get more than one at this price. If you can get 3, 4, 5, get them while we have them, because at this price, it really is a collector's dream come true. The last year of United States gold that you can own for under $100,000. Again, any other 1933 out there, the last year $10 Eagles were struck was in 1933. The few that didn't get melted down sell for the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this 1932 is the end of an era. The last year U.S. Mint struck gold coin could be owned by the average collector, the average citizen. Again, these Eagles were first struck in 1795. This is the end of the era, folks, 1932. And we've got them in MS-64 for $2,195. We have a lot of people calling in on this. You know, in 1995, when a lot of dealers are selling MS-64s for double that price, you figure you get 2 for the price of 1. There's nobody else that can offer this kind of coin at this kind of price. This most beautiful, historic St. Gaudens Eagle. A coin he never actually got to see released. He passed away before the coin was released in 1907. And so he never actually got to see his $10 and $20 gold pieces struck for commerce. And here are his 2 masterpieces. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle, the St. Gaudens Eagle we have for you today. It's the rarer of his 2 gold coins struck. the St. Gaudens double eagles, the U.S. Mint struck about 70 million examples. About 40% of those were melted down, but the $10 Indian, they only struck about 14 million examples, and almost half of those were melted back down into bullion. And here we have the most extraordinary finding out of the Great European Bank Hoard, several bags. Now, a lot of them were lower grade, had a lot of small nicks and scratches, because again, gold is a very heavy, very soft metal. When you have these gold coins being dumped into bins, thrown into bags, most of them are heavily abraded. These coins are near flawless. When you're talking about MS-64, you're talking about a coin that has never been in circulation. Coins are graded on a 70-point Sheldon grading scale from 0 to 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear. Anything below a 60 is a coin that has been in circulation, that has wear on it. An MS-60 is a coin that has never been in circulation. It came straight out of a mint bag. However, it has a lot of bag marks on it. It's very heavily abraded. An MS-70 would be a perfect coin with no bag marks whatsoever, a flawless coin under magnification. There are no $10 Indians or St. Gaudens or any other coins from this era in MS-70. They don't exist. An MS-65, folks, is an extraordinary grade, and MS-64 is an extraordinary grade. Again, only one in about every 500 originally struck have survived in this condition. That is how rare they are, with so few bag marks. I hope you can get more than one. This is an opportunity to really take advantage of something that will not come our way again, where we can offer these coins with gold pushing way beyond $1,900 an ounce. And here we're offering these eagles for only $2,195. Or you can use our two-payment option, 2 payments of $1,097.50. In closing, there's a recent article in a highly respected numismatic publication. And there's a quote I'd like to pull from that, and it's something I've talked about for the last several years on my show. To quote directly from the article, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And by that, what they mean is, here you have these eagles that in 2006, 2007, in this grade were selling for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, and gold was $600 an ounce. So they were selling about 10 times their gold value. And here we have gold at $1,900 an ounce. We're selling these for $21.95, about half an ounce of gold. So it's about 2 times the gold value in MS-64 condition. Now again, we were very fortunate to get this entire deal to be able to offer them at this price, because normally we would have had these priced at $29.95. But we bought this deal, again, these came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. This is one of the original bags from the Great European Bank Hoard. We've kept a few as mementos. And that's the only reason we have these coins today. Again, this 1932 St. Gaudens Eagle, a most historic year in U.S. numismatics. The last year you can own a gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce at this kind of price. It really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please take advantage of it. This is just a beautiful coin, one of my favorite coins, one of the most beautiful coins struck by the U.S. Mint. The $10, often referred to as the Indian. I call it the St. Gaudens Indian because, again, it was designed by St. Augustus St. Gaudens. It's one of the classics. I truly love looking and admiring these coins, folks. I've got some in my hand. I want to thank you for watching this presentation. Again, we have these coins for only $21.95, or our 2-payment plan, $1,097.50 in 2 equal payments over 30 days. Please stay tuned for our next presentation. We've got another great United States rarity coming right up.
I'm James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. I have a presentation of Buffalo nickels. Now, for literally thousands of collectors around this country, the Buffalo nickel is the ultimate coin to own, and there's so many reasons why. And if you're a coin collector and you have never collected Buffalo nickels, I have the highest quality Buffalo nickels anywhere in the world right here, right now. Let me tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, there is no more American coin than the Buffalo nickel. The Buffalo nickel was first issued in 1913. Now, this coin was designed by James Earl Fraser. And James Earl Fraser was a student of Augustus St. Gaudens. And even more than that, James Earl Fraser was a master sculptor. And his forte in sculpting was scenes of the American West or the prairie. In fact, he grew up on the American prairie, in the American Midwest. His father was a railroad executive, and he followed the railroad everywhere that it was being built. And James Earl Fraser is just a young lad with a lot of artistic ability, found himself on the high plains observing all this Native American art. And he became a prolific sculptor and a teacher. And, don't forget, a student of the ultimate sculptor, Augustus St. Gaudens. Now, that's a little background on James Earl Fraser. I want you to take a look at the Buffalo nickels that we have. We have 1938 Ds. This coin had a low mintage. Only 7 million coins were struck at Denver. This is the last year of the Buffalo nickel. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done a lot of research. And I have to tell you that the Buffalo nickel that we have today is one of the rarest varieties of a nickel, one of the rarest examples. You can see that it is labeled as the Great Buffalo Hoard. Now, I was talking to Rick and Jack, who actually discovered this hoard. And Rick was telling me that recently they've had access to an estate that featured some of the greatest American type coins ever collected in some of the highest grade. It's an old money collection, if you've heard them call that before. And specifically here, we have all Buffalo nickels in high mint state. Now, the Buffalo nickel struck between the years of 1913 and 1938. And I'm going to get into the story of the Buffalo nickel and how it became the most popular coin in the United States of America from its inception all the way through the 1940s. And if you've ever heard of the automats, automats were old-fashioned vending machines, but they were so large they occupied an entire store. And they were different than today's vending machines. The only similarity they had was you would put your money in. But in the automats, you would put your nickel in. They ran on nickels. And a door would open up, and you would get a hot cup of coffee, or you would get a bowl of soup, or you would get a sandwich. And they were the way that people got their food in major cities. And this had a really big effect on United States coinage, because throughout the United States of America, there were over 10,000 automats all over the country, and every one of them used nickels. So here is what we're really talking about, and here's where the scarcity is. Take a look. This is really important because it was a prolific coin. It was only struck for about 25 years, but there were over 1 billion coins issued. Now, really, when you look at today's numbers, it's nothing. You could find 1/4 where there's, half that many and another one where there's more. So there are always going to be a shortage of Buffalo nickels in uncirculated. And people actually collect Buffalo nickels without dates. There is actually a market for dateless. So that'll give you an idea how valuable Buffalo nickels are. Now, we're talking about the 1938 D. Take a look at the mintage of that coin. 7 million coins. Here's what's really important, because this is what we're dealing with. You see that? MS67 plus. We'll get into that in a second, too. The population of certified NGC graded Mint State 67 plus, that's a very high grade of uncirculated, is only 208 coins. And in Mint State 68, and by the way, there are no 69s, there are only 48 coins that exist. And believe it or not, we have some of those coins as well. You're going to get an opportunity to score some of the highest graded Buffalo nickels long gone from collecting. The finest known examples are a mere 7 MS68 pluses. And I tracked that. You know, MS68 plus, one sold not too long ago for $12,000, 12 grand. So that's the universe we're talking about here. I want to price these for you guys in a second, but I want you to know why these are so valuable. The design of the Buffalo nickel, both obverse and reverse, are the most American designs ever created. On the obverse is a Native American profile, and it is actually a compilation of several chiefs who sat for James Earl Fraser, and he sketched their portraits, then he did the modeling, and as you can see, this profile, this image that he came up with, is that amalgam of a multitude of Native American chieftains. And as you can see, there is no... Now, previous to this coin, all American designs that featured Native Americans generally were of Liberty, and they wore Indian headdress. This was the first and only coin of its kind, truly a pioneering coin, because it brought you to the high plains. It brought you to, well, the final leg of that journey would be the bison, the buffalo. Now, millions and millions of these animals roamed the plains in the United States of America. Now, that particular buffalo right there was known as Black Diamond. And he was in the zoo in New York. And it was in observing this buffalo that James Earl Fraser sketched Black Diamond, made him famous, and he forever is part of that scene that brings us to the high plains. Again, the most American of all coins. In fact, this coin was so sought after and so well thought of that it was brought back on an American silver dollar in 2001. And it was brought back forevermore on the first ever pure gold buffaloes. And those have been struck since 2006 with the original James Earl Fraser design. All right, so we can see that we have MS67 pluses. Now, we are dealing with a universe of only 208 coins, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, we have a great little quantity of these coins in Mint State 67 plus. And I want to set the table for these coins because as we were doing our research, the most glaring fact, the reason to collect these coins is right here. Now, we already know that over 1 billion Buffalo nickels were struck between 1913 and 1938. Let's take a look at the total that have been certified in Mint State, all grades of Mint State, from MS60 all the way to the highest grade of MS68. There have been 132,800 coins out of 1,212,000,000. That's it, that have been certified in Mint State. Now, in Mint State 67 or higher, that's the universe we're talking about right here, of the entire series, there have not even been 6,000 coins that have been certified. And that's the entire series from 1913 and 1938. So I was looking around, and here's a coin that sold at auction, and the price realized was $1,645. This coin is a Mint State 67 plus. Now, what does the plus mean? Everybody wants to know that, right? What, Mint State 67 isn't good enough? Well, in this case, it is not, because the plus indicates ultra eye appeal. The finest known of that grade. Mint State 67 wasn't good enough. There had to be a plus involved. So these are not just, they're not even one grade away from the highest grade known. They're 1/2 a grade away. I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the it coin right now. This is all about history and all about the finest knowns. And we could have easily taken the easy way out here. It could have been done. We didn't have to seek out these coins, but we did. And this is the only example of a hoard of Buffalo nickels that were put away. Every one of these coins, nearly every one, has been circulated. The most used denomination in the United States of America was the nickel, all the way up to 1940. Now, the first nickels were issued in 1866, and they were shield nickels. They had no portraits on them at all. And from 1866 to 1883, they were issued. In 1883, the Liberty or V nickels were struck. And those were struck all the way to 1913. And in 1913, James Earl Frazier's design of the Buffalo nickel hit the scene, and it was only issued until 1938. This is incredible, ladies and gentlemen. We have a figure here. It's just, I want to show this to you. And I had them do it in very, very large percentages. And I want to show you just how rare it is to own one of these coins in a mint state grade that we're offering. Because what you see right there is the percentage that they occur in the series of 1.2 billion coins. And what that boils down to is less than 1/20th of 1%. So that's a long number. But I wanted to show that to you. Now, and this is the great part about this job. This coin that brought at auction $1,645 is selling right now on Rare Collectibles. And by the way, we have more than just one, for $950. $950. Now, you get a lot more than just a piece of history. You get a truly rare example. In the entire series of the Buffalo nickel, from 1913 to 1938, there exists so few of these coins in the high mint state grades that of all of those billions of coins struck in the entire series, not even 6,000 coins will grade this grade. That is the art of coin collecting. That is the art of going below the radar. You take a look at the coins that have graded higher. In a mint state 67 plus, there's only 208. And we have a great little percentage of those 208 coins. In a mint state 68, there was only 48 coins graded. Now here, we have a few of these coins. Now, I want you to take a look at the Buffalo nickel from Denver, dated 1938, the last one of its kind. Only 48 examples exist in a mint state 68. These coins, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a look at the surface of these coins. Now, naturally, when there's only 48 that exist in the entire universe, we have a small amount. These are extremely difficult to get. Now, the first thing you're going to notice about these coins is the patina that develops as the decades and the generations go by. And these are all properly patinaed. Now, some people, I've had them say to me, well, how come when I go to the bank and I get a nickel and it's bright and shiny like it was just struck, how come those nickels don't look like that? These coins show the surface of originality. These coins have never had any cleaning, never had any altering. Those coins that you see out there that are bright and shiny, where you got to wear sunglasses to look at them, every one of those coins has been cleaned. These are all original surface, all original patina. And as you can see, these aren't those nickels that you see out there that get all hazy and gray. These have the color. These have the color of the decades. And look at the quality of that patina. Look at the beauty, the eye appeal. There is nothing like a mint state 68 or a mint state 67 plus Buffalo nickel featuring black diamond on the reverse and featuring the one and only composition of Native Americans that James Earl Frazier was so enamored of as he grew up on the plains, and featured in so many of his sculptures. This gentleman was not an employee of the U.S. Mint. He was commissioned by the United States of America to come up with a design for the newest nickel. Now, I want to show you what a Mint State 68 is all about, because we have a few. Our Mint State 68s are priced at $4,995. $4,995. There is a toupee available on this coin of $2,497.50. Right there, you can see at nearly $7,500, and I want you to look at the patina of that coin in the picture as well. You can see what rarity is all about in Buffalo nickels. Almost $7,500, ladies and gentlemen. Only 48 examples exist of that coin in the whole entire world. We have them at less than $5,000, $4,995. So now that you have finally found the highest grade Buffalo nickel Mint State 68, how about being able to save $2,500 on that coin? That's big money for one of the biggest coins you can get. This is a piece of American history. Now, it's really a fascinating story about how this coin came about. And I got a lot of material. But I want to cut to the quick. James Earl Fraser had been tasked with creating a design that had been narrowed down. It was going to be a design that featured a Native American and the Great Buffalo, paying tribute to the pioneering spirit and the history of establishing the way out west of the United States of America. This coin was one of the last coins of the Renaissance of American coin design, which began in the early 1900s with Teddy Roosevelt, of all people, our president, who had a great, well, how can we say it, a dislike for the way American coinage looked. In fact, he had commented in newspaper articles, in letters that he had written in newspapers, that he thought our coinage artistically was of atrocious hideousness. Can you imagine the President of the United States coming out and saying that of our coinage? Well, he didn't like it, and he wanted a complete redesign of all the American coinage. And the man that he entrusted to do this redesign was Augustus St. Gaudens. But Augustus St. Gaudens passed away in 1907, and he was only able to complete two designs. Both of them are world famous. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle and the $10 Indian Eagle. And he had in his mind designs for all the other sizes. But the one thing that really shines brightly here is that after Augustus St. Gaudens passed away, his pupils came to the forefront and began to be commissioned by the U.S. Mint to complete these designs of the Renaissance of American coins. And James Earl Fraser was selected. And you know, back in 1912, he was awarded a $2,500 commission to do this design. But there's so much more to it than that. There was a vending machine company that ran all of the vending machines. Now, what they really did back then, a vending machine was different than today. The vending machines back then were in automats. And you'll see these pictures. An automat was really a store, but the employees were all in the back. There were hardly any employees. They were cooking in the back. And the walls were lined with little cubby holes that had little doors. And you would put in your nickels, and you would retrieve all kinds of great stuff. A hot bowl of soup, a sandwich, cups of coffee, sodas, just about everything you could think of. A full meal for just a few nickels. But there was a man by the name of Clarence Hobbs who owned the Hobbs Manufacturing Company. And what they made were apparatus, were devices that detected counterfeit nickels, because a lot of people would put slugs in these automats, and if the automats couldn't detect it, well, they gave them food and they didn't get any money. So Hobbs came up, they said, with a device that could detect counterfeit or slugs. So they had a big problem with the Buffalo nickel, though, because the Buffalo nickel was so artistic, had so many high points, that they said the Buffalo nickels would not work in their apparatus. And so they would not be able to guarantee that counterfeits weren't being used or slugs weren't being used. Well, Hobbs went back and forth with the U.S. Mint because they were big time. And in the end, the Mint director said, you know what? James Earl Fraser has worked for a year to perfect these designs. He went so far as to even do the modeling himself. He brought to the U.S. Mint a completely finished design that all they had to literally do was cut the dies, engrave the dies, and produce the coin. He had done everything. And so they said to Hobbs, this is the way it's going to be. You get your people to make your machinery work for this coin. If that wouldn't have happened, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we would have had the most American of all American coins, the Buffalo nickel. So James Earl Fraser, who watched his father work on the railroad and saw all around him Native American tribes, and he grew to love the scenery of the high plains and the visions of literally the Wild West in a way. And from that spirit, as he grew up as just a young lad, his art was nurtured. And as you can see, when Teddy Roosevelt wanted our coinage to reflect the great art and technology of the great country we were, that with the Buffalo nickel, this coin got the design and hit the mark right where it was supposed to be. When you take a look at this coin, you don't think anything but America. It is the consummate design of this great country. So when you go back to the very first Buffalo nickels in 1913, now one of the problems with the Buffalo nickel were the high points of the coin. The date would wear out very easily because you can see it's very prominently raised on the coin. So when you look at Buffalo nickels today, there are even categories of Buffalo nickels without dates. And you know who collects those like crazy or partial dates? People who have old slot machines, right? Because in the old days, as the country was expanding and you went through the Midwest and out west, you found all these, well, gambling establishments. And every one of them had multitudes of slot machines that took these great nickels. And so people who collect those machines collect these Buffalo nickels. And it's kind of a circle that starts with the great discoveries out west and the expansion of the country and the pioneer spirit, reflective of great artists like Remington and James Earl Fraser, who came up with the ultimate, the Buffalo nickel. Now, folks, this is a numismatic rarity. And before I leave you, I want to just tell you that for $950, we have worked very hard to bring you one of the rarest examples. Please keep in mind that only 208 Mint State 67 pluses exist in this world. And you can buy one right now, not for $1,645 or Lord knows even how much higher, but for $950. And we're also pleased to offer in very limited quantities an opportunity to buy the finest known examples in Mint State 68, of which there are only 48 coins in the whole entire world that exist, for $4,995. And you can split that payment into two payments of $2,497.50. I'm going to have to wrap this up in just a couple of seconds. But one of the things I want to say, if you're a coin collector, what we all look for in collecting is to have something that hardly anybody else is ever going to get, because we take a lot of pride in our coin collections. And when you own one of these coins, whether it be a Mint State 67 plus, that's going to stay in your coin collection forever. That's going to get passed down. Your coin collection is going to be enhanced. If you own Buffalo nickels now, there's a really great chance, probably 100%, that you don't own a 1938D, a coin struck at Denver with a low mintage. There's a great chance you don't own one of these coins because only 208 exist. And there's even better chance you don't own one in a Mint State 68. Now, please keep in mind that a Mint State 68, valued at over $7,400, is being sold right now for $4,995. And I want to tell you, in the highest grades known, Mint State 68 Plus, just one little half a grade higher, only 7 examples exist. The last one that I found selling brought over $12,000. And you know, when I look at that, I say it should have been twice that much. And when I look at the Mint State 67s selling at $1,645, easily twice that much, and the 6.8, these are so, you get the drift? These are so undervalued. And that's why at $950, when we can bring these to the show in a quantity, it's everything. But the quantity is never going to be above 208 pieces, so don't wait. Okay, I got to wrap it up. I want to thank you all for watching. Remember, if you're looking for the greatest American coin, the coin that says America all over it, obverse and reverse, this is the coin. This is the coin that has been honored twice since its original issue, with a silver dollar issue and a gold $50 issue. This coin is here in its original form right now. I hope you get one. And again, thank you so much for watching. And like I always say, don't go anywhere because there's another great coin coming right up. See you soon.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Welcome back to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm going to be your host right now for a really great presentation. We all love silver dollars. It's the silver dollar in many of its renditions, dating all the way back to the very first silver dollars, the flowing hair and the bust, and all these great coins that came out of the United States of America, which led to the Morgan dollar, one of the most popular coins in all the world. But since 1986, the U.S. has struck a silver dollar. It's the biggest one of all. It is bigger than a Morgan, bigger than a peace dollar. It has 1 full ounce of silver and a bigger diameter. And it has the design that is known, next to the gold St. Gaudens, this design is known as one of the most beautiful Renaissance designs ever issued. In fact, it dates back to 1916 because the obverse was originally designed by Adolph A. Wyman for the Walking Liberty half dollar, which was first struck by the U.S. in 1916 and last struck in 1947. And in 1986, because of the Liberty Coin Act, a bill that was signed into law by President Reagan in 1985, authorizing the United States of America to begin striking a brand new silver dollar, known as the American Eagle. It was a captivating coin right from the get-go because you had never seen an allegorical, a representation of liberty like this before, even though generations before it appeared on the Walking Liberty half dollar. These are the highest grade attainable. They are proof 70 ultra cameos, each and every one. And if you're not a coin collector, that designation is the highest designation, the highest grade that a coin can achieve. There is no higher grade. The grade of proof 70 is indicative of a flawless, perfect condition coin, and the designation UCAM, UCAM, refers to the black and white contrast, the cameo appearance of the design of the coin and the mirrored background. That is a collector's coin personified. These are struck for the collector, ordered directly from the mint by us collectors, and are struck in a completely different way than regular issues. Only the finest dies are selected for the coining press to produce the coins. And then the finest plangets, the blanks, are used. Only the finest with an ultra mirror. And the strike, well, a minimum of 2 blows from the coining press at ultra extreme high pressure gives this coin a look that you can only get in a proof silver dollar. And I want you to take a look before we get into anything, the value of this coin with the grade, the highest grade, with something really special. And I'll give you a little hint. The label is exclusive to this network, and it is a big deal. Let's take a look at a coin that dates from 1986, same year, from the San Francisco Mint, same coin, in a proof 70 ultra cameo, exactly the same grade we're going to be featuring for this very first year of the most popular silver dollar in the world. That coin brought almost $3,000. This is the very first year the coin was issued, 1986, at the San Francisco Mint. The coin program got off to a rousing start. The highest mintage is the 1986. Over 1.4 million coins. But here's the thing. The rate by which they certify in a perfect proof 70 grade is low. When you compare it to all the other years, it's either right there with some of the rarest or even lower. The amount of these that have been certified by NGC is low. With our exclusive label, really low. And I want to tell you what it's all about. But before I do, I want you to know that at $2,990 for one of these coins at auction are selling for that kind of money. At Rare Collectibles, what we have found here for $795, even better than that coin, because it features our exclusive label. And what is that label all about? Well, for one thing, it has the artwork that was taken from a sculpture that was created by John Mercanti during his time at the U.S. Mint. And John Mercanti first joined the U.S. Mint in 1974 as an assistant engraver, engraving dies and doing modeling. And you see right there that artwork. It kind of reminds you of an Andy Warhol piece of artwork. And that's on purpose. And there is the sculpture right there. That was sculpted by John Mercanti during the time of Ronald Reagan's presidency. And it was John Mercanti who was in the Rose Garden when Ronald Reagan signed the bill into law that began the great journey of this silver dollar. It's also hand-signed by John Mercanti. But one of the best things of all is that NGC has agreed that Rare Collectibles TV will be the only company that is authorized to use that labeling. And here's why it is so important. The 1986 Silver Eagle dollar has the highest mintage of any year. It's the first year, therefore a key date. In spite of the fact that it has the highest mintage, it was literally a decade before anybody even thought of certifying these coins. And as a result, take a look at the very small amount that certified out of the 1.4 million coins struck by NGC in Approved 70, 4,858 coins. Now I'm going to say again, $795, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ultimate silver dollar. NGC has graded a mere 1,190 coins with John Mercanti's signature in Approved 70. And as you can see, the very small percentage, not even 1% of these coins grade a Approved 70 with John's signature. But there's something even greater happening here. Because of that 1,190 figure that you see there, our exclusive label is in there, and NGC right now, as we speak, is in the process of separating our exclusive Mercanti signatures with our exclusive Reagan artwork label into a whole new category, where you're going to actually be able to see your coin recorded individually. And you know what that means, folks? It gives you the possibility, the chance of building one of the finest silver dollar collections, they call it a registry, with our exclusive label, a pedigree that is second to none. Hands down, this is the most exclusive label, and that's great, right? But without that perfect Proof 70, it doesn't mean too much. Without that unbelievable eye appeal, without that great cameo contrast, without that perfection, it doesn't mean anything. So not only is the label exclusive, the coin, that's where the exclusivity really comes into being. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity to begin a journey of Silver Eagle dollars with the first one in the highest grade. Now, here are some of the greatest Silver Eagle dates of the regular issues. The 1995 W isn't in there, ladies and gentlemen, because that coin was a commemorative. But of the regular issues, yearly, this coin is issued, except for 2009. But 1986, 1/3%. 1995, one of the hardest years to get. Look at how many were certified. But look at the rate by which they certify. Half of 1%, not too much, but more than the 86. Here is a 1995 in a perfect 70 grade without our exclusive label, by the way, but a perfect coin, $977. In 1993, and our coin hangs right in there percentage-wise, and I got to tell you, when you look at the mintage, one of the rarest of all these coins is the 1986, but look at that 1993 right there, $3,220. And folks, it's Approved 70. It's the highest grade you can get. And so is ours. Now, 1994. 1994 is a very famous date. It's one of the key dates. And you can see that coin brought nearly $3,000. But folks, 1994's certify at a higher percentage rate than the 1986. There is nothing more fragile than the surface of a proof pure silver coin. It is easily subjected to environmental damage. You don't keep it in the right humidity. You don't store it in the right place. Your coin will develop hazing. You have no idea. Virtually half of every one of these coins that we look at, pre-grading, will not make it. Have environmental damage, have damage from being improperly cared for, from sitting somewhere unbeknownst to its owner, that it was getting environmental damage for a decade or even longer before it was certified. And that means that in spite of the mintage, that only 1/3 of 1% of these coins, 1/3 of 1%, will grade a perfect Proof 70. That is rarity. But I'll tell you one of the most important things about this, in case you haven't heard. The John Mercanti reverse is going away. It's being retired. And it's soon to be replaced with a new reverse. And I know it's unbelievable, right? Because from 1986 to the present time, part of what made that coin in the series so magical was that amazing reverse. John Mercanti went way back in time to the late 1700s and the very early 1800s to pay tribute to that heraldic eagle, which was on the reverse of our silver dollars back then. But it is going away. And you are looking at some of the last opportunities to own the original reverse. That in itself is big news because it has brought so many collectors that are in a mad dash to get that reverse and to get as many coins in the original series to complete their collections. But now there are thousands more collectors who realize the urgency, who know that forevermore that reverse will be disappearing, and that really lights a fire under all of the previous years. $795. This coin is a key date because it is the very first issue. Now, you can't have a collection of Silver Eagle dollars without having the first year. Here at Rare Collectibles, one of the greatest joys we have is assembling complete collections of silver dollars in highest grades attainable for our customers. This coin moves right into that category. $795. I talked about the exclusive label. It has recently been announced by NGC that Rare Collectibles TV will be the only company authorized to use this label. I want you to keep that in mind because right now it is possible to build the finest collection of proof silver dollars, and we can help you get. And if you watch our show, one thing you're going to see is that we have taken this great collection, this great series, and we have given our collectors an opportunity to get involved in a big way or smaller ways or one way with the very first year, 1986, for $795. If you are a first-time collector in all of numismatics, the Sheldon grading scale, which in this case goes from proof 60 all the way to proof 70. And proof 70 is the ultimate, absolute perfection, the pinnacle. And that's what we have here. The ultimate, the pinnacle, the most exclusive label, and the greatest price, $795. Please do not forget, Rare Collectibles TV does much more than just the coin that you see on your screen. We do collections, we do ultimate rarity, we do value, and we build unbelievable collections for collectors like you. This is the one and only first year of the American Silver Eagle dollar in the ultimate grade with the ultimate label for $795 from Rare Collectibles TV. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Pattern Coins with Jack McNamara.
This is a real honor to handle these three coins. Never in my wildest numismatic dreams did I ever think I'd be holding these three coins here. These coins are from 1792, These are some of the original coins that were produced by our fledgling government as they were designing our coinage and our monetary system. I have 2 birch cents, one the unique plain edge variety, the other one the finest known example, and then also I have the famous right quarter. These are 3 coins that I used to see as a kid in the Red Book when I was with my grandfather, looking at all these incredible rarities that I never imagined I would hold these kind of coins in my hand. These are coins that would have been held by, literally would have been held by George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson.
James Gerstel, you're watching Rare Collectibles TV. It's time for Morgan dollars. Everybody loves the Morgan dollar. When I first started collecting coins when I was 7 years old, one of the coins I always wanted to get was a Morgan dollar. It was so big. If you ever held a Morgan dollar in your hand, just the size of the coin alone was impressive. And you wanted, especially when you compared it to half dollars or quarters or dimes, pennies, it was big. It was bold. It had an unbelievable design on it. And you would look at these coins, and they would date back a century, and you'd think, wow, that's where it all started. The Morgan dollar, it has mythical properties just attached to the name. If you're a beginning collector, you have hit the right location to start collecting. This is the right spot, because you cannot get into coin collecting in a better way than the Morgan dollar. And I invite you to pull up a chair and just see why, if you've never collected before, if you've been a coin collector all your life, why Morgan dollars, especially right now, are the coin for you. The first Morgan dollar was issued in 1878, and the last Morgan dollar was 1904. I know there were 1921s, that came later, 17-year hiatus, and the 1921 Morgan dollar is a little bit different. It's a separate variety all its own. The die had to be recreated for that coin. So when we talk about the Morgan dollar catalog, we're generally talking about 1878 to 1904. Now, there's way more to the story than that, though. During the time of the Morgan dollar, the U.S. Mint facilities were busy, very busy. In fact, they had been mandated to strike millions of coins on a monthly basis. So when you take a look at all the mints that were responsible for striking the Morgan dollars between 1878 and 1921, here's what we have. Philadelphia, the original mint. Why was Philadelphia chosen as the original mint location? Because the U.S. Capitol was originally in Philadelphia. So the mother mint. Now, I get this question asked of me all the time. How come coins from Philadelphia, Morgan dollars, don't have a mint mark on them? Well, at the time, it was the only mint, so a mint mark wasn't required. But I want you to take a look at production from the various mints. 305 million coins struck at Philadelphia. Next was New Orleans at 186 million. Then San Francisco. Denver is kind of misleading because there was only one Morgan dollar ever struck at Denver. That was in 1921. So for that single coin, over 20 million coins. Then Carson City. Man, Carson City struck the fewest amount of Morgan dollars of any mint. And they're kind of in a separate class all their own. The greatest thing about the New Orleans Mint, because that's what we're going to be talking about, is the fact that they had a mandate. And here's how it went. In 1859, silver was discovered in Nevada. Because of this immense silver discovery, the U.S. Congress passed a bill, and the bill was known as the Bland-Allison Act. And what this bill authorized was the purchase every month of $2 to $4 million worth of silver. Can you believe it? 1878, and they are committing to buy from the silver mining interests, from the silver miners, $2 to $4 million worth of silver every month to be coined into Morgan dollars. Not to be used for half dollars, not to be used for quarters, not for dimes, for half dollars. So here's the result of the Bland-Allison Act. I have a wonderful reason to collect these coins, and it's all about how difficult it is to get a top flight, top notch, top grade, uncirculated Morgan dollar. You could pick up dozens of books about Morgan dollars, and the information in those books would give you a great idea of how each mint struck their coins. But one thing that every one of these mints had in common was the mandate to strike a lot of coins. Now, they were interested at the time in quantity and not quality. So there it is right there. Today, as we stand here right now, only about 15% of all the Morgan dollars ever issued, and that's over 656 million coins, remain in uncirculated condition today. The vast majority of these Morgan dollars were released into circulation. And so once a coin is released into circulation and it shows signs of wear, well, then it's going to be called a circulated coin. So these uncirculated specimens are then categorized in degrees of uncirculated by grade. That's the modern world we live in. It's known as the Sheldon scale of grading. And for uncirculated, the beginning grade of uncirculated is mint state 60. And the ultimate grade of an uncirculated coin would be a mint state 70. Never has been a mint state 70 Morgan dollar, and there's only been, I think it's been about 20 mint state 69s. There's a lot more to it than just the amount of coins that were struck. 1918, World War I. United States was allies with Great Britain. Great Britain got into, well, some financial straits. And so the United States of America melted a lot of the silver that we had in the form of Morgan dollars so we could contribute to the war effort. So whenever you talk about Morgan dollars, you always have to talk about the 1918 Pittman Act, because that authorized the minting of up to 320 million Morgan dollars. 656 million coins struck, 270 million coins melted just in 1918 alone, and you can see the total remaining just after that 1 year. Now, since 1918, there's been a lot of other melts that have happened. During World War II in the 1940s, the run-up of silver that took place between 1970 and 1980, and the casino industry themselves was responsible for melting millions and millions of silver dollars in the 1970s and the early 1980s. So the end result of all of that means that the remaining coins that will grade in mint state condition is not even 7 million coins that can be certified as a mint state coin. And if you like percentages, look at that paltry percentage. 0.103. That's not 103%. That's not 10%. That's 0.103. So there it is. The rarity of Morgan silver dollars is all because of history, all because of what happened 100 years ago. What we're left with today are some of the scarcest coins. This is not new news. Collectors have known this for quite a long time. And collectors have been putting away certain dates of coins from certain mints for a long time. That has further led to an unbelievable shortage of coins. I've been a coin dealer for a long time, a coin collector for even longer. I have never seen this tight a squeeze on Morgan dollars as what we're experiencing right now. New Orleans Mint. Now, I want to put to bed the myth that you cannot get an unbelievable example of a Morgan dollar in mint state from the New Orleans Mint. Now, though they did not strike as many coins as Philadelphia, they suffered from the same thing that Philadelphia did. They were tasked with striking thousands of coins per minute. Once they cranked up those coining presses, and once they began fulfilling the requirement of millions of dollars worth of silver every month to be coined, it was nonstop. But I want you to know something about New Orleans. They struck 186 million coins. Here's the thing. It's not that they overworked the dies at New Orleans. It's that they were not as expert in the die preparation as they were at San Francisco, which is known for having the most eye-appealing strikes. Now, in order to find a coin that replicates that strike of San Francisco, You got to search through, whereas the coins from San Francisco, you might have to search through 100 or 200 or maybe even 500 coins to find that ultimate gem. From New Orleans, 10 times that many. It's harder to find those rarities. So here we are right now. We are offering the final coins from the New Orleans Mint. The New Orleans Mint has got an unbelievable story. Opened up in 1838. At that time, the city of New Orleans